honoring your higher self in everyday life.
This book has been recorded in 3 parts and this is part 1. This book has been recorded in DAISY format by RSVI, that is Rehabilitation Society of the Visually Impaired, 1st floor Moti Mahal Lawns, 2 Rana Pratap Marg, Lucknow 226001. Email ID is info@rsvi.org. Our phone number is 0522 4070138.
Page Roman 1. Honoring your higher self in everyday life by Dr. Pushpa Nagrani. Page Roman 2. Om Publications. Copyright 2010. Dr. Pushpa Nagrani. Om Nivas number 1, The Downs, Highfield, Wagon, Lancashire, WN3 6AH, England. Telephone 01942 731 994. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or utilized in any form or by any means, electronics or mechanical, without prior permission in written form the publisher. All inquiries should be addressed to Om Publications, printed and bound in Shruti Printers, Agra. Page Roman 3. Index. Preface, page 1. Introduction, page 4. Part 1. Chapter 1. Understanding Higher Self, page 11. Chapter 2. Understanding Higher Purpose, page 20. Chapter 3. Understanding Our Role in Great Scheme of Things, page 24. Part 2. Chapter 4. Understanding Dynamics of Physical Body, page 30. Chapter 5. Understanding Energy Dynamics of Your Emotions, page 35. Chapter 6. How to Deal with Anger as Your Higher Self, page 40. Chapter 7. Intellect and Intuition, page 50. Chapter 8. Power of Thoughts, page 56. Chapter 9. Tendencies that Decide How We Would React, page 61. Chapter 10. Aligning and Transformation, page 70. Part 3. Chapter 11. Importance of Use of Words in Communication, page 83. Chapter 12. Importance of Attitude of Compassion, page 88. Chapter 3. Importance of Attitude of Acceptance, page 95. Chapter 14. Importance of Attitude of Gratitude, page 103. Chapter 15. Importance of Attitude of Forgiveness, page 110. Part 4. Chapter 16. How to Deal with Regrets, page 126. Chapter 17. How to Deal with Disappointment, page 130. Chapter 18. Greater Perspective and Unfulfilled Desire, page 136. Part 5. Chapter 9. Importance of Attitude of Freedom, page 154. Chapter 20. Importance of Living in Here and Now, page 159. Page Roman 4. Chapter 21. Letting Go of Attachment, page 164. Chapter 22. Importance of Attitude of Unconditional Joy, page 169. Chapter 23. Importance of Attitude of Peace, page 175. Chapter 24. How to Cope with Pain and Suffering, page 181. Chapter 25. How to Deal with Changes and Challenges, page 200. Chapter 26. How to Go Through Transition, page 218. Chapter 27. How to Go Through Relationship Transition, page 136. Chapter 28. Practical Method of Connecting and Honoring Higher Self, page 265.
Page number 1. Preface. The energy of transformation is knocking at our doors, is a way that has never happened in our lives before. Unprecedented changes are happening in our external and internal world. We are becoming the awakened beings that we truly are. Everything that exists in universe on all levels is basically the creation of source energy power principle. Everything is energy. The nature of everything that exists can be best explained as holographic nature of primal creative force. It is similar to the explanation given by the mystics that microcosms and macrocosmos are basically same. It has been also described as above as below. All that exists is due to the presence of the primal force in its center. In its center, it carries all the qualities of the source. We are manifested by the conscious pure energy principle factor, and as such, all the power of the source is present within an own source center. This source center is what we usually call as higher self, soul self, greater self, original self, authentic self, and so on. All it means that we have become aware of something greater than our physical body, which is the cause of our existence. We are very fortunate to be here on this planet Earth in this time of great transformation. It is a time of profound change that is shifting our state of consciousness at a tremendous speed. It has become very important to consciously participate in the process of awakening. If we want to honor our existence, we need to play an important role in the transformational process. It is happening to all of us, whether we are aware of it or not. It will continue to do so because energy always moves ahead. The higher frequency vibrations are entering on our planet Earth for last few years. The energy that is constantly being supported by further entrance of many higher and pure frequencies on regular basis. Page number 2. This is creating a great momentum by creating an environment of any energy field that is essential to support our full awakening. We can have much more fun by joining in the process. Our life journey can become much more adventurous and rewarding by fully participating in the process of awakening. It can make us feel energetic and vibrant. When you become part of the process of the awakening, your heart would be filled with wonder and awe. We will be sharing in the great plan of the universe as it unfolds, and this creates a kind of magic. That magic is very uplifting and helps you to connect with your higher self. You would really feel more alive and vibrant, and this direct experience can only be understood when you feel it by your own true presence. It cannot be understood or explained by the words that we are familiar with. There are no words to explain this depth and vastness. It is awesome feeling that fills you with profound inner joy. This inner joy is our direct experience of remembering our original belonging with the source. The excitement it carries cannot be explained. It has the capacity to touch you in your deepest belonging. It is not synonymous with any of our worldly pleasures. There is no parallel to it. True awakening means being aware of our original belonging. Awakening is synonymous with knowing and recognizing our deepest truth. So far, the life we have lived is mostly body orientated. All the experiences we have are usually externally orientated and are based on the stimuli from the external world. All definitions of who we are, why we are, and what is our higher purpose are based on the information we have received from our outer surroundings. If you want to adventure beyond the truth that you have received as your many personalities, you need to connect with your own original self and then find the answer to these questions. It will change your life completely. You will be transformed beyond your wildest imagination and you will be surprised. Page number 3. Once we begin the process of awakening and come to understand the higher truth of your original belonging, we wonder How could we have lived our lives believing all our present values and beliefs? It is really surprising and amazing to see how we have been cheated by our values and beliefs. You will soon discover on your journey of awakening that you have lived a life by following the truth of others, and the irony is that these people themselves have no idea of their original truth. So I welcome you with love to learn and to find out your original truth and realize your full potential as your higher self. All the information is within you, and once you learn to connect with your true self, you will be guided on your original path. Our original path is the one that we have decided to follow as our higher selves for realizing our higher purpose. It is path that we have decided in our original belongings for participating in great scheme of things. We are part of the plan of higher scheme of things, and we can only fulfill it as our higher self. Because as higher self, we are in tune with the universal energy. It is only then we can follow in harmony with the greater plan of the source energy principle. It is the state of consciousness where ocean exists in the drop. All the separateness disappears. It is only possible when we learn to live as our unified self, one with our higher self, that is in union with our own divinity.
Page 4. Introduction. Your higher self is the eternal you. You might ask, who is the eternal me? It is your original and greater identity, not something that you have to achieve. It is that who you already are. It is your original essence, the source self. The eternal self is the divine truth that lies within us. Without the eternal self, we would not be experiencing this life. The journey of life on any dimensions of the universe is the expression of the eternal self. The divine self is our authentic self. It is the central sun that beams across many dimensions of the universe to reflect various ways we can adventure through many aspects of the great scheme of things. We are all destined to become aware of our original identity. The timing is perfect. Our planet is also leaving its lower frequency vibration and being transformed into its greater expression. This is the high time that we all begin to deepen our connection with our eternal self. Our eternal self is our divine self. A deepening awareness and intimacy with our eternal self will enable us to go beyond the landscape of illusion. In the dimension we live at present, the forces of illusion are very powerful and have a strong hold on the ways we experience our lives. We are working mostly under the negative influence of the Maya energy. If we are willing and our intent is pure, we can wake up to our essence self. It is the question of realization and remembering our original identity. It is not a commodity that we can pick up from a shelf in a supermarket. If we take courage to look beyond our identification to the physical body, the awakening would happen naturally. Our original truth lies within our own inner being. To connect with it, we need to learn to go with the flow of life. We cannot control the flow of the universe with any force or power that is known to us in the material world. No one can manufacture it and package it for our consumption. If you want to discover your original self, you would have to go within and become concisely aware of your true essence. Page 5. The eternal you is forever still. It is unchangeable, core energy of the source. It cannot be diminished or reduced in any way. It is forever expanding energy, always finding a new expression of being. It cannot be harmed or destroyed in any way. It is there forever and ever. It is indestructible. It is still, yet it moves more swiftly than our thoughts and imagination. It is the energy and intent behind all our desires and acts. By the very nature and virtue of it, we are vast and infinite beings. We are not confined or limited by any beliefs and values that we hold about ourselves and about our physical identity. It is an unchanging state of being that embodies all that is changing in and around us. It is not limited to any particular space and time and is beyond any concept. It embraces all the dimensions that exist as part of great scheme of things. The eternal essence is always present within us, no matter where we are and what we do. It is not somewhere outside you in the heaven or any other dimension. It is through you and it is within you. It is who you are. It is not dependent on the state of our consciousness. Our state of consciousness determines the kind of experience we would have in any moment in time. But the source self, the eternal self, embraces and facilitates all the state of our consciousness. You will experience different state of consciousness through various life experiences, but it is all under the umbrella of the eternal you. It is in fact a reflection of the primal consciousness that resides within us as our higher self. It is the true you that is beyond the effect of any outside factors and or states of consciousness. Whatever experiences you have in your life, negative or positive, the eternal you is always with you. Your original essence remains untouched, and the real you cannot be harmed in any way by anyone or anything. It can never be destroyed. Its peace is beyond the influence of any traumatic life experiences that you will ever have over many lifetimes. It is same in all dimensions of experiences. This peace that is your divine nature is beyond any notion of the peace you have according to your beliefs and values. Page 6. It is transcended state of your original belonging that cannot be described by any words or definitions. It is the unmanifested source self that is your true identity. It helps you manifest various experiences of life that you desire. Its survival or identity does not depend on anything from the words of the illusion. You cannot gain anything that is worth more than your true self. All the material gains that you have in this world in any form belong to the world of illusion, and you cannot take these with you when you depart from the dimensions of duality. Our eternal self is the presence of divine song within our inner self, and it is beyond any song or melody you have ever heard or any music that has been ever created in our world. In fact, all the melodies and symphonies come from the original source. Your soul self is your link to the primordial creator. It is your source of creation and it is your own divinity. It is the undifferentiated, formless, eternal you that is one with the source. It is the God self that you are. It is the eternal wholeness and completeness that you are searching through various life experiences. It is beyond any duality. It is not positive or negative. It is the source center that embodies duality in all shades, forms, and vibrations. If you want to live your life by honoring your higher self, ask yourself, are you following your soul path? Are you experiencing your authentic self in all your expression in the external world? The eternal self always vibrates with the divine frequency. It always remembers and reminds you of your original beauty. Many times in life, we operate with our personality selves and project the ugly reality of negative ego in our behavior. You must remember that even at these times, when we reflect the ugliness of our selfish personalities, our eternal self operates within the rhythms of true beauty. It never forgets its true belonging. Even when due to fear and judgment you experience the separateness from all that exists, your original essence radiates and experiences its wholeness. Page 7. It never operates separate from its original belonging and source. It is always in union and operates as unified part of the whole. It is our personalities that make us feel fragmented, and it is the effect of the forces of illusion that we respond to life as fragmented selves and forget our interconnectedness with all that exists in the universe. Even when you are judging life and yourself, the eternal self accepts you as you are, and so you are always in the embrace of universe as pure expression of the creative love principle. Higher self always dwells in the land of purity, operating with its original innocence. Remember, the negative energy vibrates with low frequencies and is in discordance with your eternal self. It is not in synchronization with the energy of light and love. The road of life is very winding and has many curves. Most of the curves in the road of life are invisible until you really enter into their landscape. Most of these curvatures are unpredictable bends and are beyond the comprehension of our logic mind. Life has the first and the last say, and what life brings on these winding roads is beyond our wildest imagination. Life usually seems to take an unexpected turn, and this element of surprise takes us on the uncharted roads. Sometimes there are pleasant surprises and miracles, and sometimes there is a rude awakening. Sometimes life stretches us to the limits so we can expand and enhance our understanding of how life is. Stretching is for breaking the boundaries that we have imposed on ourselves under the illusion of me and mine. That is the mystery of life. The life we live in connecting us with the illusion of people around us, and as such reinforces our beliefs of disconnectedness from the divine forces. It denies the existence of eternity within our own inner center. Learn to connect with the energy of the eternal you. Learn to sense your original primal energy. Follow the dance of your true self. Energy is always moving and by its innate nature expressing itself in form. Cosmic dance of the universe, energy expresses itself in many diverse ways. The universal energy is very dynamic. Page 8. At present, our dimension is becoming much more restless and is being transformed into a higher frequency dimension. So the energy is changing. Higher frequencies of pure light waves are entering into our planet. This new energy is a higher expression of the Mother Goddess. This energy is very dynamic and powerful. It is very wild and restless. It can make us feel very restless, particularly those who are turned into higher vibration and have become sensitive to the energy. This new higher vibrational Mother Goddess energy can make you feel very confused and vulnerable at times. It is because our physical body is very dense and made of low frequency particles, and the energy entering into our planet is very fine and of very high frequency, and so our mind is not able to make sense of what is happening. This energy is changing our body into a higher frequency organism. This creates a feeling of anxiety and confusion. Our body structure is tuned in with the frequencies of the ways we have lived our lives for thousands of years. Our cells are able to read the energy and its frequencies at the old level, but have not yet learned to read and decode the new higher vibration energy, and that creates a sense of being lost and vulnerable. It is time to be patient and connect to your hidden resources from your eternal self so that your body can learn to decode the new messages and new way of being. Higher frequency energy, once understood and embraced, can help you to penetrate the darkness of the illusion that life can become much more approachable and workable. The eternal self is the source of unconditional love. When you learn to make a link with your higher self, you will be able to go with the flow of life. You would naturally follow the rhythm of the cosmic dance of the universe. The energy moves into a upward spiral following the rhythm and pulse of the source. Connecting to the higher self is not a destination of our journey, it is a process. The process of discovering true you. It is an inner quest of the forgotten memory of your original belonging with the divine source. Page 9. By merging with the eternal self, you will become whole and complete again. The wholeness comes by embracing all aspects of your life, including the essence of day-to-day mundane life. The external life events are the manifestation of the inner process, and it is imperative to realize that the external life is your own creation. To walk on the pathways of inner quest, you have to learn to accept this very fact and take the responsibility of whatever happens in your outer life. The process of self-discovery evolves by your direct experiences of walking on the pathways of your soul light and love. The process changes and evolves as a result of opening up to life in a very intimate way. It does not come by denial or running away. As you become more awake to the energy and the process, you become much more transparent in projecting your soul light and love into the external life events. Your mundane life becomes reflection of the external you in the mirror of universe. Mundane life is not something separate from your original self. It is part of you and carries your inner truth into the world of your life experiences. You would go through many changes during your journey of self-discovery. You would become aware of many shifts in all aspects of your life. There is no predetermined reality to life. It is only the reflection of as to how you perceive life. As you become intimate with your external self, life becomes full of love and light. Your life experiences would reflect the radiance of your original source self. Your outer life would not be in conflict with your inner life. Your reactions to life events will represent your soul values. As you establish greater association with your true self, your perception changes. It is due to change in your vibrations and awakening that brings very visible and noticeable changes in your life experiences. The change is sometimes very subtle and yet at times very profound. New energy that has become part of your life is expressed in your external life. Many possibilities that are becoming open to you would begin to reflect in various shapes and forms. Page 10. These changes in our lives could create a conflict with our ego. We do not want to leave the comfort zone. It is very hard to let go of a status quo because ego self feels threatened and it does not like it. So resistance may come up in various disguises. Do not be disheartened, and if you persevere with your efforts and keep your focus on your goal, it would die its natural death and you would be able to move into the horizon of your soul light and love. It is best to become aware of the energy of changing life experiences. Embrace the new states of consciousness that are coming your way. Follow the direction that life energy is taking and go with the flow. Change with the changing energy of great scheme of things. Do not fight the change, embrace it with open heart. When you fight the changing energy, it can create negative effects in your life due to confusion and conflict. The more intimacy you develop with your higher self, more you would be able to withstand the forces of illusion. Your higher self is the so-called God or source energy within your own being. In fact, everything that exists is due to this source energy. The higher self is your immortal self. It cannot be destroyed or harmed in any way. The harm and hurt we experience is due to our identification with our physical body and emotions. It is because we think our outer world is real and the absolute truth of our whole existence that we experience pain and suffering in our lives. Once we begin to truly relate to our higher selves, we would become aware of the connectedness of all that exists. Not only all forms of life, but all dimensions of existence are interconnected. So whatever any single unit of existence experiences, its effects ripple throughout all that exists. Make a commitment to live your life by honoring your deeper truth and fulfill your higher purpose. You have to play a very important and big role in greater scheme of things, so tune in with the flow of universal energy. But true to yourself by expressing your uniqueness in the great plan of the universe. Page 11. Part 1. 1. Understanding higher self. Higher self is our true identity. It is who we truly are. It is the divine within us. We are because of that source energy within us. This is what we call as soul self, higher self, greater self, original self, real self, and of authentic self. It is source of our lives. It is the original reason of our presence in this world and many other dimensions of the universe. As our higher self, we are an open dynamic energy force. Whole existence is an expression of the original universal source, which have been named by various names: God, primordial force, all that is, and many more. We can call it whatever we are able to accept for the expression of our source. Everyone wants to call it with what they feel familiar and comfortable with, and that is okay. But at the same time, we must remember that all that exists in the part of the great intelligence, all that exists in whatever shape and form, is a holographic imprint of the universal energy force. We are experiencing our lives under the guidance of our higher self, as the primordial force expresses itself in many diverse forms. Our higher self expresses itself through us. Everything is energy at primal level. All that exists vibrates on a specific frequency. Everything is an expression and projection of the source primordial energy. We, as our source self, also have a specific frequency. It is also referred as our soul song or a special note of our soul self. As soul, when it descends from the higher frequency dimensions of the universe into the lower frequency dimensions, it creates many energy fields. These are to facilitate the experiences it wants to have in the various dimensions. We can say it happens to make it possible for soul to have experiences on many dimensions of lower frequencies, because in its original form it has very high frequency and it is not possible to express itself. Page 12. In its original vibrations, it is not possible to experience the lower dimensions of the universe. In that sense, all the energy fields we have are to augment the great plan of the universe. All these energy fields manifest many personalities that we use to make sense of our world. These various personalities operate under the influence of our ego self. Our ego self, or the director of the various personalities, works for our survival in the world we live in. This energy self that we refer as ego self is also referred as lower self or little self. So to experience and express our unique energy signature, we use two levels of expressions: higher self and ego self. All our energy fields are reflection of same original conciseness. Our ego self and many personality selves are projections of our higher self. It is the same conciseness, but the difference is in the vibration frequencies. It is our original self that is operating in a different mode. It is all happening on the energy vibration continuum. There is no separation or interruption in the flow of original conciseness. It is continuous stream of energy source conciseness. It changes itself so that it can enhance itself by gaining experiences in the lower frequency worlds. It expresses itself with the different frequencies so that it can have many varied experiences to enrich its journey. It is like a beam, although it has a specific frequency, but it is a dynamic force and it can express and project itself in various shapes and forms within its own frequency range. Although the many forms it uses for its projections appear different, but these all are expression of the same basic energy, it is a very dynamic creative force and it has inherent quality of attracting various experiences that are required for a spiritual evolution. At this point, it is necessary to understand that our spiritual evolution is not separate from our personal growth. There is nothing mundane in life. All the experiences are created by higher self through many personality selves and are engineered for our higher growth. All incidences have the potential of serving our higher purpose. Every day-to-day mundane activities and circumstances of our lives are there so that we can participate in great scheme of things. Page 13. We can do it better by living our lives with our heightened awareness. It is important to remember at this stage that whatever happens in our lives has a seed for our higher growth. Nothing is ever wasted in the great scheme of things. Even our negative approach to life and all our negative experiences have in their center a seed for our highest growth. So whatever has happened in your life can be used for our higher purpose if seen in the light of higher self. All it requires is awareness and intent to link with our higher self. Our universe is very kind and gracious. Link with our higher self can transform our lives profoundly. We need to understand the difference between our higher self and the little self or the self by which we are living our lives. The difference is basically due to the level of frequencies. As we have already discussed, that our higher self is a very high frequency energy field and our ego self is lower frequency vibration energy field. The point of view changes according to the level of vibration. When we see life from higher perspective, we have a different view to when we are placed on a low platform. Our higher self is operating from the higher dimensional level. Our state of consciousness matches the dimension of our standpoint, and as such our higher self sees the bigger picture while our ego self only views a limited picture due to its abstracted view. Our ego basically works for our survival, so it is trying its best to protect our existence in our world, what is our fields of experiences. Our world, being the dense vibration landscape, has fear in its matrix. In fact, it is the main factor that designs and designates our lives. Most of the strategies of our lives are fear-based decisions. For our ego, our survival is the most important thing and it works very hard towards it. It plays its role with great sincerity. It is very dedicated in protecting us and goes to immeasurable lengths to fulfill its duty. On the other hand, higher self is our original self and it knows its unlimited power. Our higher self is our own divine center, and so we are love in our higher selves. Page 14. Remember, wherever love is, fear cannot stay. Fear is a lower frequency energy and cannot enter into the landscape of our soul light and love. It is also due to the fact that in embrace of love, all lower frequencies are aligned with the higher frequency vibrations of higher dimensions. And as such, fear is transformed in love. That is how powerful we are as our higher selves. That is why when we begin to live our life as our higher selves, our fears are transmitted into higher frequency energy, and that is why it becomes easier for us to let go of our negative emotions of fear. If you can practice a daily affirmation that I replace my fears with love, it would help you to move beyond your fears. You can also do this when you experience fear in any situation. Just take a deep breath and say, I bring my soul love into this situation and replace my negative emotion of fear with my source love. Many times there are situations that are very scary, and so we cannot deal with these as our personality selves. But knowing your heart that as soon as you make an affirmation that I invite my higher self to be with me, and in the light and love of my higher self, I let go of fear and face the situation with much more confidence. You would be connected with your source power, and it would become easy to deal with situation as your higher self rather than as your personality self. It is important to remember that all parts of our original source are inherent within our own source center. In fact, it who we are. We live a limited life because we do not connect to our source self. Instead, we live our lives under the guidance and control of our ego self. We do not have to go anywhere or ask anyone to give us real power to live our lives. All we need is to learn to go within and become one with our true self. It is a process and takes time, but as soon as we begin to make a link with our higher self, life begins to change. Our higher self does not operate from limited viewpoint. It has a higher perspective on all our life events. In the landscape of our original self, there are no boundaries and separate compartments as to past, present, and future. Page 15. Higher self is aware of all our past happenings and future probabilities and possibilities. And all that is happening in present moment of our life is under the loving vigilance of our higher self. Everything that is happening in our lives is under the watchful awareness of higher self. It is guiding us with its gentle ways to follow a higher direction of light and love. So in fact, we are never alone in our challenges, or higher self is carrying us in its embrace, trying to make it easy to cross the threshold of negative and limited world. Our higher self is able to see the greater picture of our life experiences. It can see how any of the experiences can play an important role in the overall plan of our lives. Just imagine if we were able to see all incidences of lives in relation to the bigger picture of our lives, how easy it would be for us to have peace and tranquility. All our life experiences are like many colored threads that are weaving a tapestry of our lives. All varied length pieces of many colors and shades are necessary part of creating a complete picture in our life tapestry. Our higher self is aware of importance of all kinds of experiences that we have in our lives because it can envision the complete picture. But we as our personality selves only have a short-sighted narrow view of any circumstances of our lives, so we panic and lose hope. We become disillusioned because with our rational thinking we cannot see the relevance of any one fragmented incidence of life in relation to the bigger plan of our life. And do not forget, our mind only operates with the limited perception due to filters that are in place. It only has a narrow view of the whole situation. Our higher self oversees all situations in the essence form. We mostly judge things in relation to the immediate results or the purpose that we have decided for it. But our higher self relates to these with the essence of learning, so with growing intimacy with higher self, we would be able to understand why we are going through that particular experience. In fact, our higher self is the director and creator of various energy fields through which we experience our lives. Page 16. It also oversees the working of all our personalities. All our experiences are witnessed by us as our higher selves, and when we are taking wrong decisions, our higher self tries to bring appropriate circumstances to direct our focus in right direction. Whenever we are getting out of balance, our higher self through its gentle voice, gives us guidance to steer off and join the pathways that are more appropriate for us. Many times, dramatic changes are brought in our lives only to bring the necessary change in our lives and to save us from going in the wrong direction that can be detrimental to our higher growth. Many of us still do not understand and stay on the same roadways that we were following before that particular traumatic experiences become part of our lives. That is why there is so much unnecessary suffering and pain in our lives. Our higher self has unconditional love for us no matter what we do and how we do it. It tries to give us love and understanding so that we can move away from negative experiences. It brings us more opportunities that would bring the teaching home in a different way. Our higher self changes the frequencies of the new experiences and gives us the opportunity to understand from a different angle. It is because when we cannot grasp something from one way of backdrop, it creates a different vibration environment to get our attention. Remember, all our experiences are under the guidance of our soul self, and we have a specific frequency to experience our lives in these dimensions. All our experiences, although may seem fragmented and so different from one another, are expressions of our same original frequency. Experiences appear different due to its different expression, but the basic primal essence is same. It is like same energy essence in a different disguise. It only changes its expression in the mirror of the universe so that we can make a link with it and fulfill our higher purpose. It might be important to make a point at this stage that when we begin to honor our higher self in our day-to-day activities, we bring those parts in our responses. Page 17. When we honor our higher self, we become more intimate with it and begin to integrate higher ways of living our day-to-day lives. By virtue of it, we begin to learn to see the theme of our experiences. We would be able to learn what we are supposed to learn from a particular experiences in form of essence. So the experiences of life begin to give their secrets away. We begin to resolve the mysteries of our experiences. We would know why we have created these experiences in our lives. What is the true purpose of these experiences in our lives? Where and how do these fit in the bigger picture of our life? How can we use these to help us in realizing our higher purpose? How these can help us become part of great plan of the universe? This state of experiencing life is an awakened state of being. We are learning to live our lives with heightened awareness. It serves us on many levels of our being. You can see how your life can be enriched and enhanced by honoring your higher self in your everyday life. It generates great transformational energy and our lives can be changed beyond recognition. Our state of consciousness would take a quantum leap. We can become complete and whole. Our actions would become wholesome and inspiring because our link with higher self is so empowering and enriching. This would connect us to true abundance of life in all aspects. Our inner worlds are so rich and filled with unlimited treasure that we can become source of light and love for the rest of the universe. We do not have to be dependent on outside world for anything, but this realization can only come when we begin to truly establish a link with our higher self. Our higher self is the source of unconditional love. When we link with our higher self, we begin to operate with a state of loving kindness that is all embracing. Our hearts become open and we begin to break the barriers that keep us in the state of consciousness of negative emotions such as jealousy, envy, resentment, anger. All expressions of negative emotions keep us tied down to the dimensions of lower vibrations. In the dimensions of lower frequencies, we experience events of life that bring pain and suffering. Page 18. Our negative emotions create the strong adhesive factor that keeps us prisoned in the landscape of darkness, and we lose our confidence in the higher energies of love and light. When we learn to live by honoring our higher selves, we begin to raise our vibration frequencies. Our heart begins to pulsate with the higher energies of our soul light and love. By entering into the landscape of our soul light and love, our aura becomes infused with frequencies of love. Our emotional energy fields begin to vibrate with higher frequencies, so the negative particles of negative emotions begin to lose their hold on us. By virtue of living our lives from the center of love, all negative emotions start to leave our energy field. It is because negative particle cannot attach to receptors of light and love. So, you would notice that you are beginning to accept yourself and others with much more tolerance. You become less judgmental of others. You begin to understand and acknowledge the difficulties that everyone else is suffering in their lives as well. You become more understanding of your shortcomings as well. You become aware of the fact that everyone is unique, and so it is not wise to compare yourself with others. In the great scheme of things, your uniqueness is important for the universe, and that is why you are here at this time. All you have to do is to learn to express your own uniqueness in the great scheme of things by truly being who you are as your higher self. You will feel much more light-hearted because the need to compete with others seems to leave your field. You begin to see importance of freedom in life for all. You learn to give space to yourself. On the same token, you learn to give space that others need and deserve. Remember, higher self does not interfere in life of others, and it gives everyone space to live their lives freely. And by being intimate to our higher selves, we begin to radiate same expression in our external life. On the other hand, ego takes too much interest in life of others. It wants to direct and designate the life of everyone that it comes in contact with. Another reason for not giving space to others is attachment. That is one of the way ego tries to maintain status quo in our lives. Page 19. But higher self is free in its unconditional love, and it is beyond any attachment. It is freely flowing dynamic force, and it sees everyone as a unique being and does not interfere in the way one has decided to experience and express itself in the great scheme of things. Our higher self is the source of true joy and bliss. It is because our higher self is our divinity. In its center is inherent the eternal joy of the universal source. So when you begin to live your life as your higher self, by honoring your original being, you become connected with the unconditional joy. Slowly you would bring the expression of the unconditional happiness and joy into the expression of your life. You would begin to radiate happiness and joy to all. Your aura becomes vast and carries the frequencies of true joy, and it begins to radiate joy wherever you go. You would increase the vibrations of happiness and joy in the collective cosmic pole. Everyone would begin to benefit with these higher frequencies that you are radiating in the universe. We are the carriers of the frequencies, but as our ego self, we usually fill the world with our lower negative frequencies and sustain a world of negative emotions. The world that is filled with fear, anger, jealousy, and many other negative emotions shows our contribution. While when we are operating as our higher selves, we become carriers of higher frequencies of love and joy. We make our contribution in creating and sustaining a world filled with love and happiness. You begin to play a higher role in the greater plan of the universe. You begin to learn to follow your higher purpose. You create an environment where others can be inspired to shed off their negative tendencies and realize their true soul potential.
Page number 20. 2. Understanding higher purpose. One of the most profound changes that happen as a result of becoming intimate with our higher selves is that we begin to understand that we are here on planet Earth to fulfill our higher purpose. It becomes clear that the purpose of life is not some random meaningless events. We are here for something very important. To fulfill our higher purpose, we have to learn to live with awareness so that we do not wander around in a haphazard way, never to realize our true soul potential. When we begin to enter into our soul landscape and energy fields become filled with our soul light and love, this raises our vibrations, so we begin to live our day-to-day life with awareness of our higher purpose. Due to our connection with higher self, we develop an inner knowing as to what is the best way to achieve our higher purpose. It means we begin to follow inner directive instead of ego desires in our day-to-day lives. Before we consciously begin to connect with our greater self, our lives are mostly influenced by what others are doing. Most of us very willing and accommodating to follow whatever others are doing. It is a fact that we are ready to follow the ideas we want to follow. We have forgotten that we are all unique beings and have a special place in great scheme of things. We are here so that we can express our uniqueness to enrich our lives. By fully participating in life with our unique vibrations, we would also be contributing in enriching and enhancing the lives of others who are sharing our journey on this planet. There are many ways to live our lives, but all the ways are not for everyone. We have to learn our individual way to respond to external world. Page number 21. There are many probabilities and possibilities. So are many opportunities. When we see someone succeeding in one particular direction of life, most of us begin to run in the very directions to realize our dreams. Remember, although there are many opportunities, but all are not for everyone. As a general guideline, it may be true that few people would reap the benefit of opportunities that become so apparent, but even then, all following the same direction would not have the same success. It is because what works for most does not necessarily work for all. The key word is before you follow anything, because everyone is doing it. Ask your higher self, would it serve for my highest good? Would it enhance and enrich my life by connecting me with my soul light and love? Would I be able to bring my soul light and love into that field? Would it honor my higher self? Would it serve my higher purpose? Would I make a contribution in the greater scheme of things? That is, would it serve for the highest good of all those who are involved with it in some way? Inner directive becomes possible when we become close to our higher self, because we would be able to see the higher picture of life. It is our perception that directs our choices, and as we begin to live our lives under the direction of our higher self, the trivialities of life do not attract us anymore. Our inner vision becomes much more open and clear due to dissipation of the dense cloud that was obscuring our higher view. The messages from our higher selves become much more obvious. The communication with our higher self becomes much more vivid and visible when you become a part of the vastness of your original self. In this vastness, there is a clarity that is beyond our imagination. In the vastness of original landscape, there are no clouds or shadows due to the presence of tremendous amount of divine light and love, so that your unique guidance becomes very clear and there are no doubts left. Page number 22. In the landscape of your soul center, there is great calm and tranquility. There are no shadows left that were creating overcast of dark hues on your perception. As you connect to your original self, the shadows that marred your vision and perception would disappear from your life because these would have no more power on you. It is all due to rise in the frequencies of your vibrations. Because negative vibrations things cannot survive in the land of higher vibration. As a result, negative shadows of your life begin to leave arena of your life experiences. In fact, it translates as increasing freedom in making higher choices as your little self is losing its hold on you, and it cannot pull you down. Due to this fact, it becomes easier to honor your higher self in your daily activities. When you begin to honor your higher self in your day-to-day dealings, you would begin to achieve maximum success with least efforts. When we gradually begin to develop awakening, we become calm in dealing with others. We become much more tolerant and patient, and this helps us to have positive relationships. As our relationships improve every step of the way, our higher purpose becomes more clear, and all our actions contribute in building a bridge between ourselves and our higher purpose. As our connection deepens with our soul self, our actions becomes much more orientated towards realizing your higher purpose. It is because due to our higher way of looking at life, it becomes easier to let go of the superficial way of living our lives. Life becomes much more approachable and workable due to our understanding of why things are happening in our lives. We begin to realize that all the activities of our lives, no matter how trivial and mundane, can be lived with higher dignity. Remember, all the activities can be approached with presence of our soul light and love. We can embrace all scenarios of life with a higher soul frequencies. It is up to us how we respond to life. The choice is whether we respond to certain situation with our soul light and love or with the attitude of our personality self. Page number 23. For that we have to learn to make our own decisions under the guidance of higher self. We have to make higher choices by thinking, would we realize our higher purpose by this mode of operation? Are we honoring our higher self and our place in greater scheme of things by our choices and decisions? Remember, the emphasis is on inner soul directive. Do not follow others. Anyone's way of responding to life is unique and describes only one of the infinite ways a situation can be dealt with. Anyone's description of something expresses their individuality. It carries their vibration signature. It is good to share and know others' point of view. It broadens your horizon of thinking. It stimulates your brain and makes you flexible. But do not make it your own straight away. Take it within and contemplate to see how would you benefit from it. Is there any insight or message for me? By contemplating on it, you would make a decision that is based on the guidance of our higher self. You are not following anyone else's truth. Let it only be a trigger for you, a tool by which you are inspired to go within and discover something much more appropriate for your unique frequencies and higher purpose. Page number 24. 3. Understanding our role in great scheme of things. All that exists is part of the great scheme of things. Everything is important and is rightly placed according to the greater plan of the universe. Everything exists because the universal primordial energy expresses it in this way. The wave of creative energy that begins its journey from primordial source projects itself in time and space continuum to manifest various ways to express the original intent. This wave of energy returns to the source after completing a cycle in the continuum of time and space. It is a natural law of energy that it returns to its source. We are all under the influence of this law. The wave of primordial creative force carries the various frequencies that will manifest many diverse forms. It usually has the blueprint of all the dimensions of light and love. This primordial wave carries the blueprint about the nature of the manifestation of cycles. The information about the way various phases of cycles will express in various dimensions is also inherent in the center of the wave of creative energy. It carries in its heart as to how all the forms will change and evolve in the process of completing the cycle to return to the source. It also carries all the frequencies to achieve the balance between various systems that are manifested. The interaction between all the systems is also part of the great scheme of things. It has the blueprint regarding the time and the manner in which cycle will complete its journey to return to the source. All the information is in the form of a very high frequency energy. It is beyond any physical measure of energy so far known to our scientific world. Page number 25. All the dimensions operate under this scheme of the great plan of the universe. All is happening in the heart of the original primordial consciousness. The cosmic blueprint carries the information about the intent of the original consciousness. Our universe has great intelligence that is beyond comprehension of our human mind. All that exists is one original source consciousness. It looks different due to the variation in the vibration frequencies. In fact, nothing can ever exist outside it or outside the awareness of the great universal wisdom. It is because all that exists is due to the primordial source. All changes are inherent in the plan. It is to fulfill the intent of the creative primordial wave to return to the source. Without the process of change, it would not be possible to complete the cycle of the energy. It is due to the original nature of the universal energy that change is part of all that exists. That is why we are going through some kind of change all the time. Change is only the constant factor in the equation of creation. There is a natural, primordial order inherent in the wave to guide the change in our lives so we can complete it with least effort. Universal plan is creating the right environment of our planet Earth to enhance our growth. Many new energy waves are entering on our planet so that we can empower to ride this wave of returning home with courage and confidence. Mother Goddess energy is playing very important role in the process of our higher spiritual evolution. Many of us have already developed an awareness of the new energy waves. I myself had many direct experiences with the new energy wave that Mother Goddess is bringing to planet Earth. I know many people who are channeling these new and higher frequencies of Mother Goddess. I had few experiences of being transported to a star system from where one of the deities of Mother Goddess is carrying these new and higher frequencies. Page number 26. I was very fortunate to witness the emergence of a powerful wave of energy in the form of a glorious, luminous light being sent to the star system for which this particular deity was given the guardianship. There are many spiritual travelers from higher dimensions who are also channeling this kind of information to the people who are actively taking part in this stage of returning home. These beings of light are realizing their higher purpose by bringing these energy frequencies to planet Earth to benefit all. These people are making contribution in the great plan of the universe. There are many deities and devas on the higher dimension of the universe who are assisting in the process of manifestation of the creation. Many devas and deities carry the responsibility of sustaining and maintaining the manifested form by balancing the various energy frequencies on our planet Earth. These beings of light have dedicated their lives to serve their higher purpose by assisting the original source in the working out of great scheme of things. As we begin to embrace the frequencies of our higher selves, we gradually become conscious of our place in the great scheme of things. We slowly begin to understand and realize our higher purpose. Our higher purpose is to fully participate in the great scheme of the universal plan. Normally, we are living our lives under the guidance of our ego. We are mainly focused on physical existence and we are not aware of the vastness of our inner worlds. And that is why we live in a very limited life under the directive of our ego that controls our life through many personalities. These personalities are born under the influence of ego on the foundation of our values and beliefs. Living a limited life is also a very narrow way of adventuring on this planet Earth that has a great bounty of gifts for us. But a narrow focused perspective makes us lead a negative and shallow life. Remember, all the situations of life can be lived with any state of consciousness. It depends on the choices we make. Page number 27. We may not have a control on what life brings to us, but the way we respond to life is entirely up to us. We have all the control in deciding as to how we respond. It is our own decision whether we respond to life as our higher self or as our personality self. When we live our life directed by negative emotions and thoughts, our vibrations are lowered and we begin to go against the flow of the universal life force. So instead of being alive in the great scheme of things, we participate in sustaining the world of illusion. Remember, we are the carriers of frequencies of the creation, and to cross the threshold of the lower vibration realms, we need to raise our receptivity to the higher frequencies of the source energy. All that exists is due to our own agreement with it. In other words, any state of consciousness can only exist if there is optimum energy present to sustain its existence. If we want to change the way we live our lives, we have to generate optimum energy for that state of consciousness for it to become the way of our lives. The scientists call it critical mass. The point is that when we operate with negative state of mind, we are interfering with the higher evolution of our world. This is happening due to our contribution in holding on to the lower density frequencies which feed and support the ways of illusion. Our higher purpose is to live our day-to-day life by honoring our higher selves. When we do this, we not only raise our vibration, but we also help in creating an environmental where the new and the higher worlds of light and love can be created. We can provide the energy to the returning wave of the creative force to contribute to its momentum. More people learn to live their lives by honoring their original truth. More energy will become available to the whole humanity to make this transition much easier. Once any state of consciousness gets enough momentum by gaining the critical mass, it becomes available to all. By doing what whole humanity will become aware of their original belonging. Even those who are still living in the states of dense frequencies will also join the tide and will ride the wave of returning to higher state of consciousness. Page number 28. Although law of free will operate in the great scheme of things, but because most of us not aware of the higher choices that are available, we cannot make an effort to work towards our evolution. On the other hand, when people become aware of the fact that there are higher ways of experiencing life, they can make the higher choices. The fact is that when others are consciously aware of it, and it is up to them whether to make that higher choice or stay where they are. When something becomes part of our consciousness knowledge, it raises our frequencies due to its presence in our energy field, and it acts like a seedling, and when time is right, it will manifest its fruits in our external life. There is another factor which is very important to understand at this point. It is that although the returning wave has established itself, we are still free as to which dimension we want to go as our soul self. Not all of us would decide to become one with the source by returning to our original belonging. We can move into the various star systems. We have all come from the various star systems into our planet Earth. It is up to us whether we return to the star system of our origin or we enter into the other higher dimension of the universe. Most of us will not avail these opportunities due to our limited capacity of absorbing and understanding these energy signatures. But as our soul self, we would also know what we can do so and what we would like to do among all that is available to us according to our vibration frequencies. We can take this journey now while we are in physical body or postpone to some other lifetime. Or we can live our lives on this planet Earth as planned. It is because as soul we are free to make any choices according to our free will. We can all do it because of the fact that as soul we simultaneously live on the higher dimensions while we are living here on the planet Earth. This is a fact of our multi-dimensional life, even in this moment in time. I have myself experienced it directly in so-called a vivid reality. So, it is not just the knowledge given during meditation or contemplation. This was even more vivid and alive experience. Page number 29. During this experience, I was escorted to another star system by a being of light. As far I am concerned, I know that from my deepest inner knowing that it is a truth of life. I also had many experiences of journeying as soul on many higher dimensions and star systems for many years. I have also met many people who have encountered same kind of experiences. Anyone who wants to experience the truth about higher dimensions and star systems can also do it by learning to meditate. You can do different types of meditation to open your third eye, that is, our higher vision. You can learn to connect with your higher self and guardian angels. By meditation, you can learn to journey as soul into the higher dimensions and become aware of the bigger picture of the universe. It is not as difficult as it sounds, and with intent, commitment, and perseverance, anyone can learn to travel into the higher dimensions of the universe. This becomes possible when we begin to live our lives by honoring our higher self. It is because when we do that our vibrations are raised. Remember, all the dimensions exist on higher vibrations. These vibrations vary in frequencies. When our vibrations are in the tune with our higher self, we also develop a higher vision so we can enter into the higher dimension of the universe. When we live our lives under the guidance of our higher selves, we begin to participate in the great plan of the universe. But as our personality selves, we are following the will and desires of our many personalities, and as such, we begin to go against the flow of great cosmic river. It is necessary to honor your higher self in all you do so that you begin to go with the flow. Our higher self is our divinity, and when we operate from the landscape of our soul light and love, we begin to follow the great plan of the universe. It is because when we begin to live our lives as unified selves, there is no separation between us, and the source and our still becomes one with the expression of divine. Our lives begin to unfold in the great scheme of things, rather than going in the opposite direction. Page number 30, Part 2, 4. Understanding Dynamics of Physical Body. Our physical body is creation of our own original self. It is a projection of our own idea of how we have decided to experience our lives in the world of materialism. It is an idea of our higher self as to what form of aggregates of elements will serve best for our highest growth. The plan existed in energy form before it materialized in the physical form. We in our soul self had an image that was weaved by the energy particles of light to form a field for holding all the personalities for a particular incarnation. All our personalities orbit around the central energy source of creation. That source is our soul self, which is the presence of divine within our inner self. Our soul self decides the essence to design and designates all the experiences. But the design is not fixed, it is flexible and open-ended. It has potential for highest growth and recreates itself as we change and evolve. It is not etched in stone, it is created by pulsating alive primal energy. Our physical body is constantly changing according to our thoughts. Our physical body mirrors our inner states. It changes and evolves as we change and evolve. Our beliefs and values change the psychology of our body. If you want to achieve your true potential of self-realization and God realization, you must learn to love and respect your physical body. Rather than rejecting it, change and transform your beliefs and values and bring these in tune with who you truly are. With your limited negative beliefs and values, you are following your ego, so all the cells of your body vibrates in accordance with the frequency of your ego self. That means the vibrations are very coarse and dense, and this keeps body bound to the lower realms of the universe. Page number 31. It is imperative to learn to reset your body in tune with your soul self so it can become our soul temple. It can be transformed into the divine temple by realizing its true potential. Our DNA holds all the information of operating on various levels of states of consciousness that are available to us. When we operate at the level of our eternal self frequencies, we create an environment for our DNA to manifest our eternity in our outward manifestations. When we began the journey as soul under the scheme of separations and limitations, this was instilled into our basic fabric that when we wake up to our true reality, we will be escorted to our original home. To escort us to our original source, all the possible help will be given by the grace of divine. This guidance and support would help us to see across the wheel of illusion. Once you start to get the glimpses of your existence behind and beyond the wheel, your DNA will start to unfold and bring all your various bodies to the higher level of existence. All your energy bodies, including your physical body, would be aligned to your higher self. This could be achieved by meditation, contemplation, affirmations, and prayer. We are also helped by many angels and spiritual travelers from the higher realms of the universe. For realization of your soul self, you have to be completely free from the attachment of body, mind, and emotions of the world of illusion. We are traveling in this world, and we are only tourists here. It is not our permanent home. No matter what your position is, you cannot take it with you. No matter what you earn or possess, you will have to leave everything and leave the world empty-handed. We might seek wealth, position, and emotional gratification, but the intense desire of soul is the total freedom. And our visit on the planet Earth provides us the golden opportunity to become fully awakened. Our higher purpose is to become beings of light and love, who we truly are. Page number 32. Our true original nature is freedom. That is what we are truly seeking through our various experiences. We are totally independent of any outside factors in our higher self. Negative traits and tendencies are the chains that binds us by the process of self-discovery, and self-realization will free us from these binds. Negative energy particles are deposited as clusters in our energy field, and the process of awareness helps to dislodge these clusters so we can infuse our aura with higher frequency particles of light and love. Learn to live a simple life. Do not make it complicated. Try it to be from the effect of illusion. Recognize your personality traits. and tendencies and learn to be free from these shackles. Learn to live your life by honoring your higher self because it is your true self. You have lived many lifetimes under the influence of many personalities that you have created. You have heard your soul's call now, so be brave and embrace your true essence. Learn to experience and express your life with your true essence. You are an eternal being and you have all the qualities of your infinite nature. Your mortal body is temporary and is manifested by your eternal being that is pure love energy. You in your original self are eternal being that is beyond time and space. The great primordial source of the energy principle that created us keeps flowing into expressions of infinite number of forms and dimensions. Itself it is formless and eternal, but none of the forms are eternal. But all that is manifested is embodied in the center of eternal primordial creative principle. All manifested forms return to the heart of the primordial energy center once these have served their purpose in the world of form. In Gita, Lord Krishna said, I am present in everything that exists. I create all the forms and once the energy cycle is completed, these become part of me. We have our origin from a particular star system and throughout our life journey we hold the pure energy of this star in our center. Our cosmic star shelters us and supports us while we are visiting many dimensions. Page number 33. It usually shows up as our guardian angel. There are many people who claim that they are walk-ins. It means they have walked into their physical body. In fact, we are all walk-ins in from our origin of star system. On the star system, a particular star represents our source self. When we become conscious of our original belonging to that specific star, we think we are walk-ins. That is your own higher self, the being of the light that you truly are. In our physical body, we live our lives with lower vibrations under the influence of third density, but when we make links with our higher self, our vibrations are raised and we remember our true belonging. Each and every cell of our body has its own consciousness as well. All cells communicate with each other. We should be really grateful to all the cells that have decided to help us in the process of self-realization. Our body cells are being renewed constantly and body is always in a flux of change and is being expressed as new in every new moment. It is a natural process to assist us in our journey on the planet Earth. Our body expresses state of our consciousness with help of all the cells that help us in formation and maintenance of our physical body. The physical expression is dependent on the cooperation of all the cells that are sharing their existence with us. Although our body cells are vibrating with the lower frequencies, but they have a potential to vibrate their higher frequencies. In our DNA is all the information for us to become beings of light and love. Our body cells also have the potential to operate on very pure frequencies to hold the vibrations of fully awakened beings of light. As we learn to live our lives with our soul light and love, our body cells begin to operate with higher frequencies. Our body has potential of operating as a pure crystalline structure of higher frequencies. There are many enlightened beings who have been able to enter into the higher dimensions of universe while they were still in their physical body. These higher entities were able to evolve their bodies so that they can travel freely between planet Earth and other dimensions of the universe. Page number 34. Our physical body is very coarse and at present it can only survive on the lower dimension of planet Earth. But recently, for last few years as the higher frequency energy waves are entering on the planet Earth, our physical body is also vibrating with higher frequencies. Our planet Earth is also evolving and vibrating with higher frequencies. It is a time of profound change and we are fortunate to have this opportunity to become fully awakened beings of light and love. Page number 35. 5. Understanding energy dynamics of your emotions. To directly feel the primal energy or state of consciousness of various emotions, you have to learn to enter into the depth of your own emotions. In the world of lower frequencies, where we are experiencing life, all our emotions are set against the backdrop of pain and pleasure. Due to this factor, most of our experiences are guided by the emotion of pain and pleasure principle. Our mind, guided by our ego, self creates various contexts in the external world for us, so we can experience our inner images. Whatever emotions we experience are due to the conditioning of our mind. Conditioning creates many personality cells based on our beliefs and values. These are all learned responses and can be unlearned. All conditioned responses can be replaced by adopting higher value. The ego or our various personalities are part of the experiment set by our higher self so that we can discover who we truly are. It is part of the game of separation that we are playing in great scheme of things in the various dimensions of the universe. The eternal self is unified self, but in the great scheme of things, it is playing the game of being separate from the source and all that exists. We experience life through many personality selves which are working under the guidance of ego. This fragmented self sees itself as weak and vulnerable. It feels threatened by most of its encounter in the lower world of illusion. The world we live in now is set up against the backdrop of fear. The vibrations of these worlds are very low. These dimensions are very dense, so not much of the pure light of love can enter into these landscapes. Page number 36. All our various bodies are in fact operating with the low frequency vibrations. It is due to this fact that our immediate and core responses to outside stimuli are based on negative emotions. The root negative emotion is that of fear. Our dimension basically have the matrix of fear that shapes our experiences of separateness. That creates the essence of the game of illusion. The time and space both are under the influence of the energy of fear that is inherent in the world we live in. With our constant inner chatter and thoughts we collect. These low-frequency fear particles, and these are stored in our aura as little pockets of negative energy. As these worlds are following the pulses of the essence of illusion, we tend to react with fear to most of the stimuli. The question is that, while in the lower worlds, can we experience life as our eternal selves? The good news is, yes, very much so. That is potential of all our experience, that if we witness the raw energy of our responses, we can find a doorway to our true self. The exploration of all our emotions in a disassociated way can open the doorway into the depth of the real meaning of our experiences. It is an inquiry into who we are with no preconditioned mind. When we enter into the depth of our emotions without being part of it through our interaction, the mystery of who we are reveals itself. By opening up our hearts, these experiences would begin to unfold in their original form. Normally we see experiences as me and mine, but the detached entry into the depth of our emotions dissipates the density to help us to resolve the issue, so we can experience the life with our soul innocence, and in doing so, we can experience the raw energy of our experience without identification with it. Thus, understanding the pure nature of all the experiences, we can learn to let go of me and mine phenomena. You will see that the raw energy of various negative emotions that you experience exist in that great sea of life. Experiences, and it only becomes part of you when you let it enter into your open energy field. As it enters your energy field, it creates the zones or compartments in your aura where these negative particles can reside. Page number 37. When you experience the sea of pain which exists as a part of the world of illusion, as a detached observer, you would come to the realization that you are not pain. You are experiencing the emotions or energy of pain. On the same token, you are not pleasure. Either you are only experiencing the feelings of pleasure. This experience of raw energy of all our emotions is imperative for the freedom from the identification. It is a necessary stepping stone on the path of awareness. It helps you go beyond your conditioned responses, and that leads you towards the landscape of eternal self, where you can experience true joy of who you really are. Deeper inquiry into all our experiences gives us opportunity and a chance to enter into what we call my pain, my suffering, and my sickness, without preference and any preconceived ideas. We have stored energy of all our experience, even the most trivial ones. There are layers upon layers of the accumulated energy in our aura. It creates many patterns and shades of colors and light in and around our energy field. These patterns are created by the thoughts and emotions that we have about any experiences. Thoughts are energy units, and these create images. This is projected in our external lives in the form of people and place that surround us. By entering deep into the energy of experiences, we can learn to work with that personality that dictates our responses in any given circumstances. It helps us to dissipate the negative particles from our energy field. Every time you work with your emotions, you resolve the issue that created that personality from a different and specific angle. So same experience may appear many times when you are working with unfinished issues. We can only do so much according to our ability and state of consciousness. It is normal and natural. Do not be upset and lose your heart that you are not capable of resolving the old issues. There are many layers of stored energy, and when you are doing the inner work, your state of consciousness is changing and your vibrations are becoming much more finer. Page number 38. This connects you much more intimately with your eternal self. Due to this factor, you have more wisdom in your awareness. So once again, you can work with the issues from a higher state of consciousness. When you are emotionally upset about anything, ask yourself and think, is there something that you can learn from this experience? How could it affect your future? Is it possible to do something positive about it instead of worrying about it? What is in your life at present that is positive, and think about it and plan to enhance and empower that part of your life. That might be the key to overcome the negative emotion. Think about all the other areas of life where you are happy and satisfied. It makes it easier to dissipate the negative energy so you can deal with it. It is said that time is a great healer, and in time we all heal. In time we get over traumatic experiences. There is a part of us that is capable of experiencing the primal energy of any negative or positive emotion. The direct experience is the dimension where you become aware of the impersonal nature of that emotional energy consciousness as it exists in the universe. Direct experience happens in the landscape of true you. Remember, as your true being, you do not identify with anything. Remember, our higher self is not attached to any experience in any shape and or form. It feels the raw emotional energy of original nature of the experience. It is where you have removed all your masks and feeling the raw energy as it is with your total openness. It is experiencing the true nature of your emotions with your vulnerability. The spectrum of experiencing life energy is very important for the spiritual warrior. Once you become open to all experiences of life and enter into the many depths of your emotional feelings, gradually you would be able to experience the primal energy of emotions much more directly. The most important time is that when you are going through a transition. It is a time when you are shedding the negative aggregates of a personality self that has outlived its usefulness, or you have outgrown it. Page number 39. We become much more susceptible to feel the intensity and true nature of that state of consciousness because it is the time of purification. You can free yourself from the personal attachment and identification with energy of fear and pain. It can only be done when we learn to distinguish our own source energy from the energy of the emotions that are created by our personalities. That is only possible when our mind is not anchored in any preconditioning and the context in which the drama of life is unfolding. When our mind is free from the attachment to whatever we are experiencing in our lives, only then our own energy can flow freely. It is only possible by connecting to our higher self and by living your life as a being of light and love. It is only then that we can dive with a still mind into the ocean of various emotions of the world of illusion. Entering into the moment with true emptiness of our original being is the only way to pierce the veil of illusion. The state of emptiness does not try to grasp what is being witnessed, it only flows in tune with the great scheme of things. It is present and flowing with the currents of life as it unfolding. It does not make it its treasure to own it forever. It knows that you are part of all that is and there is no need to accumulate and make it your own identity. Holding on to whatever comes along is the way of ego because it believes in separateness, and so to avoid the cosmic fear it tries to belong to whatever crosses its path. And this fear creates insecurity, and insecurity leads to codependence and attachment. The goal of our journey in this world is to find out and understand our true God nature, but instead pain and suffering has become integral part of our lives during many incarnations on this planet Earth. We have to learn to live our lives with open mind and wakeful awareness. Each moment to be lived as you are the part of the flow of great scheme of things. It is not separate from it, and as such there is nothing to grasp or hold on to. Page number 40. 6. How to deal with anger as your higher self. Anger is an act of violence against both parties, the one who acts it out and the one against whom it is directed. When you are angry, you are committing an act of violence against yourself as well. Emotions of anger is governed by the element of fire. It is very powerful and gets out of control. It is very destructive force and can create devastation in all aspects of life. You are directing destructive energy towards all your energy fields, including your physical body. When you act out of anger and become aggressive, you are in fact taking a shortcut to deal with the situation. You are taking a shortcut to make yourself feel good. You are trying to comfort one of your personality self that is feeling hurt and rejected. You are being carried away with a surge of negative emotional wave. This is like losing control and falling in the grips of your ego. You are trying to cover your fear and anxiety with the aggressive responses. Whether aggression is verbal or physical, it is the very harmful in long term. You might say or do something that you may regret all your life. The consequences of your action may have a long-term effect. You will not only cause severe emotional and or physical damage at which your anger is directed, but may also spend your whole life suffering the negative scenario. Short-term comfort can have devastating effects. Do not use shortcuts to deal with your angry part, because by doing so, you will only make it more alive and vibrant, and that part of you may create more negative problems to get your undivided attention. Page number 41. Take control of your life. Learn to deal with that part of you that is acting with aggression and violence to seek pleasure. There are many reasons for acting with emotion of anger. Anger can arise due to lack of communication, but it can also lead to lack of communication. When you are angry, you may convey a wrong message. Anger creates aggression and violence if it is not dealt with care. Usually, when we expect something and it is not materialized, it creates frustration and anger. When our needs are not met, whether these are genuine or not, we become angry. When we have any problem and cannot resolve it and find it overwhelming, we become frustrated, and it is translated as anger in our emotional body, and sooner or later it becomes apparent in our behavior. When we have any problem, it is very important to stay in balance. It is because imbalance creates more obstructions in our lives, and a simple problem can become much more complicated. It is very easy to become angry, but the true power lies in having the courage to explore what is that is making us angry and why. Being angry means giving your power away. But remember, the trap and the contradiction is that it might make you feel powerful, but usually it is a sign of weakness. That is the deception of ego. It is a cover-up created by the negative forces of illusion. If you want to transform the negative emotions into positive and empowering emotions so that you can remove various blocks from the path of your spiritual progress, stop being angry. Stop giving your power away to outside forces, but instead learn to explore the root cause of what is that is making you angry. What is the weakness that you are trying to hide or afraid to face, or is it feeling of low self-worth and or your incompetence to do something? Learn to reclaim your soul power by becoming intimate with your higher self. Make friends with your anger. Ask it to reveal its secret to you. Learn to create bridges of light and love to meet your angry self, and do not sabotage your life with destructive power of anger. Page number 42. We want to control everything in life. There is another point of view that might help you to deal with it. It is that we might think we control the process of life, but it is not true. Remember, all life and life events are in fact under the control of divine principle. When we think someone has ruined our lives, remember the divine does not give anyone that much power on life. No one can, in fact, control one's life in any real sense, although apparently it might seem so. The divine has not given anyone power to change anyone's life either way. We are the prime movers of the energy that governs our lives. You are the prime mover of all the events of your life. Even each of your reincarnations on the planet Earth is the result of your own desires and actions. You have influenced the movement of energy to project in whatever may you have decided to experience any dimension. The eternal self is the energy principle that sets in motion whatever you have experienced so far and will experience and express in the future. But remember, this projection is the means by which you are creating a bridge between your ego self and the eternal self. Illusion is the mirage that your ego makes you to follow blindly, and if you live your life with awareness, it can help you to bring ego into alignment with your higher self. Ego makes and breaks the concept under the influence of illusion. It is very difficult to escape the attraction of the forces of illusion. But if you live your life with your higher sense, you can connect to your higher self. In every emotional experience, we express our own specific level of evolution. Remember, all your emotions are in motion. We never experience something in the same way. It is changing all the time. To understand your emotion, you need to learn to live with a wakefulness. Explore all your emotions with an attitude of conscious living. Page number 43. How to protect yourself from effects of negative actions and responses of others. The key to protect yourself from the negative effects created by others in your life lies in connecting yourself with your original self. The eternal self is your own source light. You have to learn to stay in your own light so you are not dragged down deep into the valley of illusion. If you are not aware, you would soon be responding to others' negative behavior by descending to their level, and you would have to suffer the pain and agony that is inherent in the land of illusion. In the land of illusion, all elements are operating on the level of third density that has a very low frequency, and the world we live in works mostly on the negative vibrations. When you are strong and living your life as your high self, you can withstand the forces of illusion. You can remain unmoved from your essence in face of fierce blows of illusion. On the other hand, if you respond to your life under the influence of your conditioned personalities, you would not be able to resist the power of the negative forces. Negative forces are trying to keep us chained in the lower dimension of the third density, and that is why we have to learn to live in the lower worlds by honoring our higher selves. We have to share our lives with people around us, yet we have to develop the power to stay in our center and radiate our own unique divine expression, as we carry that in our soul self. Like the lighthouse, as the lighthouse radiates its light to all the approaching ships so they can find their specific place on the harbor to anchor, but the light is not affected by it. It affects the life of others and brings them safely to the shore. Same way, we have to learn to maintain our relationship with various people in our life, but maintain our stand as lighthouse and not follow their way of life. They are responding in a negative way because they have not realized and appreciated who they truly are. In fact, they are rejecting you because they have not realized who they themselves are. They are identifying with many masks that they use to play the various roles in their life, and that is why they are judging you and showing their anger, because they feel threatened by your uniqueness and light and love that you radiate. Page number 44. Fire of negative emotions burns inside in the inner jungle of your thoughts and many personalities that we harbor to live out our life. Fire of our negative emotions produces huge flames and tremendous heat. The ferocity and the force of the fire makes it impossible for us to keep calm, and we become very angry. And anger breeds many other negative emotions such as jealousy, hatred, envy, and violence. So when we are angry, we lash out at others and want revenge, and at the same time justify it as well. We do not realize what is happening because we are too busy in proving that we are right. Remember, these flames will not only spread in all other aspects of your life, but also other people in your life would be engulfed. All these factors make your emotions run high and fuel the fire even more. It is an ongoing cycle. Even when you have so-called dealt with the situation, it keeps smoldering inside you forever, and with least provocation it flares out of proportion. It makes you prisoner in the land of anger and revenge. You are forever lost in it unless and until you consciously try to break the bondage and make friends with your higher self so that it can take you to the gateway of light and love. If you are aware of your higher self and the responses of your ego, you can transform it. In the great scheme of things, there is a pull that tries to engage us in the process of life. Whole life process in a phenomena of engaging our attention and focus. It is so that we can follow the rhythms of life. The anger is one of those emotions that universe throws at us, so we can discover our true eternal nature of acceptance of life, the way it is. Anger is so acute that it demands our full attention. The emotion of anger is so intense that it draws us in its frenzy and we lose control on our behavior. The energy created by anger is so strong that it will immerse you totally in its center. Page number 45. The center is nothing less than the burning inferno. It will consume any sense of understanding. Paradoxically, it can lead you on the path of self-discovery if you learn to utilize the energy generated by the anger. It is giving you the message that you need to heal yourself in that aspect of life. It is telling you that a certain aspect of life is living in the dark valleys of illusion. You are slaves of your attitude. The vices of illusion have got you into the realms of separation, where you would experience harsh force of darkness. It is a message from your life to let you know where you are avoiding the life. The part of you that is being denied by you is suffering. It is time to heal the parts that you have pushed into the dark corners of your psyche. It is surfacing up to give you a chance to transform the attitude that keeps you prisoner of lower worlds. Your higher self is creating a life event to wake you up. You have avoided so many warnings and opportunities of life that were much more gentle than a harsh event has manifested in your life for rude awakening. We are all going through a transformation and changing into beings of light. We are becoming much more of our higher self. Our vibrations are rising. To assist our becoming the beings of light, many new energy beings are entering our planet Earth. These new divine energy rays are to support the process. It is a gift of the universe. Our level of consciousness is expanding. We are entering in to next level of our spiritual potential. It is the phase of receiving the energy of grace that has been entering into our planet in the form of new energy spectrum. All that exists is created by the divine source and eventually it returns back to the source. We are realizing our higher potential and becoming who we truly are. We are moving away from the world of illusion. We are transcending the stage of limitedness and entering into our original homeland. We are becoming awareness of our own eternal vastness. For this to happen, we, as our higher self and universe is creating an environment to let go of our negative attitudes that we have learned under the influence of dark forces of illusion. Page number 46. The negative energy is being transmuted into the higher pure frequencies of light. We have to let go of our pettiness. We are all discarding the negative energy particles from our aura. It is difficult to go through this process without the help of the energy of compassion and grace that is entering in our planet. The grace is the utmost need for this letting go process. It is time to open our heart with acceptance. It is imperative to be gentle and kind to yourself and others. Everyone is unique and carries a specific frequency and rhythm of light. Every soul has a different divine song to express and experience many dimensions of the universe. Due to uniqueness, we are all experiencing transformation process in a different way. When you are giving away your power into the flow of emotion of anger, you are following a pathways that will lead to an unhappy and restless life. You would not be able to live your life to its full magic and majesty. You are robbing yourself of happiness and joy of living. You are inviting sickness in your life. Because when we are angry, our body chemistry changes and toxic substances are produced as a result. These toxic substances initiate various energy cycles that make you feel tired, lethargic, and eventually are likely to cause breakdown in your physical health. This may lead to some severe diseases like heart disease or cancer or some kind of chronic disease that may have dire consequences. Whatever way you look at life, it is not worth it. It is after all only a strategy. That is the way you learned when you were a child to cope with the life situations that were beyond your understanding and capacity to cope. Whether you believe in your higher self or not, it does not matter, but this is a fact of life that we all want to be happy and successful. How we respond to various situations is the result of learning process. Take responsibility of your own happiness and learn new ways of responding to life events. Page number 47. You do not need to analyze and know what event of your life as a child has created the strategy of life, so you are responding to a particular situation in life, anger and blame. All you have to do is to clearly understand that the trigger may be outside you, but the way you respond to any given situation comes from your own life strategies. Remember that it is only a program in your brain that is automatically precipitated a certain response because you have trained your brain to do so. It has become automatic and unconsciously you respond to a particular situation with anger. Many people make excuses and say, "I cannot help it. What is the way I am?" Many would justify that it was something or someone else has done that has made them angry. If you want to live a happy life and realize your true potential, you have to let go of all the excuses, whether justified or not. We cannot change the world and we do not have control on how others behave, but we have control on how we deal with any life situation in a positive way that it would enhance and empower us rather than make us stuck in quicksand of something negative emotions. Change your response to the various triggers that bring out to the response of anger. Keep reminding to yourself to act in a positive way. Learning to accept that you are responsible for how you react would help you make a shift. Make a list of what makes you feel angry and frustrated. With everything that makes you angry, ask yourself, does responding it with anger makes you happy? Does it solve the problem? Does that stop the situation from happening again? What is your gain? Are you afraid of something and by responding with anger, it helps you to hide? Do you feel guilty in some way? Ask yourself, what would happen if you did not respond with anger? Do you really have to react with anger and feel frustrated? Does it serve any purpose in life at all? Write down the alternative ways to respond that would save you from unhappiness and all the negative emotional and physical effects. Page number 48. There are many layers of negative emotions behind the act of angry response. The basic fact of life is that we all want to be accepted and loved. If you have read the book Course in Miracles, it says something like that there is only one true emotion in this world, that is love, and all other emotions are illusion. In fact, it is the only truth of our higher self that we have forgotten entirely. Good news is that all the negative emotions, including anger, can be transformed into love. If you are willing to live your life as your true authentic self, the energy you have invested in the responses of anger can be converted into positive energy. It is the choice you have to make and carry out the process of changing your responses that make you feel good in yourself. Many times we are hurt due to the behavior of loved ones, and because we cannot cope with the negative emotions it creates and we become angry. You have to ask yourself why you are choosing to respond with anger. It could be that you are suppressing your resentment and aggression for a long time, but now It has crossed the threshold of your tolerance and so you are lashing out? Ask yourself, what are your expectations that are not being fulfilled? Are you insecure or too dependent on the other person for making you feel good and secure? Anger may be showing you that a part of you is feeling hurt. Remember, hurt leads to frustration and frustration leads to resentment, and sooner or later anger takes control. Remember that you have made the choices consciously or unconsciously to respond the way you did. Discover your own true power. Journey of life is about reconnecting to your authentic self and your own inner strength. No one else can make you complete and whole so you can feel secure. You have to find that strength from within by establishing link with your source self. That would make you relaxed in life, and once you become relaxed, you will not feel angry and frustrated. Take responsibility for empowering ourselves. Instead of getting annoyed with people and situations or life in general, learn to accept life as it is. Page number 49. Once you accept and understand life is what it is, you would discover love in everything. Forgive everything. Remember, letting go of fear, insecurities, and all negative emotions can be your pathways to love. Whenever a situation arrives that makes you mad, in your mind, use affirmations. I choose love instead of anger and frustration. I choose love. I choose acceptance. I choose peace. I choose to act as my higher self. In my soul light and love, I forgive that person and or situation. I let go my insecurities by connecting to my higher self. I let go my fear by connecting to my higher self. I radiate peace and love to all. Page number 50. 7. Intellect and intuition. We think too much. We are so engrossed in every minute detail of everything we do that it robs us from the wonder and simplicity of life. We plan everything with inappropriate rationalization to resolve any situation at hand that creates complications. We make life more complicated than it is. Our thinking process is governed and guided by our tendencies. It is the direct result of our values and beliefs. As such, there is a big gulf between the lower frequency energy of the various personalities and the true we. Our responses to any life situation are usually personality guided, and so most of the time it clouds the real understanding. It creates boundaries. It limits our awareness. It obstructs the true seeing of the moment. Thoughts are automatic creations of the thinking and are directed by our mindsets. Our mindsets are like guards sitting at the entrance into the gateways of our original essence. These act as filters, and the reality that we experience in our lives is distorted and clouded due to their influences. The reality as you experience is your own definition of what life is, but it is not anywhere near what life truly is. We are surrounded by ringed fences of old mindsets and past emotional memories. These thought Forms from past create limitations and block the true spirit of the life experiences. We create our own little private worlds that are separated by thick wheels of thought forms that we carry around as me and mine. We are programmed to distort the realities of life so profoundly and deeply that it has become an automated response. Most of the time, all what is happening is out of our conscious awareness. The reaction is so instant that we cannot understand it, but due to our identification, all we do is justify it in some way or the other. Page number 51. The speed of the conditioned reactions and responses is so fast that we are not aware that we are not living our lives with our sacred presence, and we are experiencing it as the replica of the past memories. We hold many images as to who we are, and there are so many opinions and identifications of me and mine that is almost impossible to see the truth. When you make commitment to discover who you truly are, you will have to ask yourself, how can I go beyond my limited thinking so that I can live my life as my greater self? How can I transform the thought forms that are created by my lower mind? To cross the threshold of the conditioned response and reactions, we have to learn to live our lives with conscious awareness. Awareness comes by living your life by fully participating in life situations. The most important way is to learn to observe all your response and reaction with mindful presence. Learn to observe whatever is happening with open heart and acceptance. Make room for all that happens in your heart as well, and not only in your mind. It is of immense importance to learn to live your life with your soul sense rather than just relying on your physical senses. Remember, it is not about suppressing your intellect. It is about expanding the boundaries so you can go beyond your limitation. It is about directly observing the process. It is about observing how mind is fleeting from one thought to the another, how it is drifting away from one theme to other. It is to see clearly how mind is judging and comparing everything with already laid our conditions. Observe all your responses with a disassociated state of consciousness. Keep a distance. Do not become dragged into the internal drama of life. Just watch with your gentle awareness. Do not judge. Do not react. Just observe the phenomena of mind working with open heart. Page number 52. Exceptional power of thinking has to be put in perspective of your source self, and it cannot be embraced through the left brain thinking. Left brain by its nature wants to analyze and explain all that is observed and experienced. The limiting factor that blocks the emergence of the higher and true picture is that brain compares everything against the backdrop and groundwork of the learned values and beliefs. So what it does not know, it would either not see it or reject it straight away. But on the other hand, right brain is vast and connected with our inner wisdom, so it builds bridges with unknown experiences and embraces everything in its vastness. Intuition is language of our higher self. Our higher self is not bound to the laws of time and space. It operates beyond all physical boundaries. It is aware of all the experiences of past, present, and future. Our higher self is aware of the essence of all our experiences. As we have already discussed that as our higher self, we live simultaneously in all the dimensions of the universe. In the landscape of our soul self, there is no demarcation and separation in our past, present, and future. In that sense, it is all-knowing. When we are open and operating with higher frequencies, our higher self can give us insights that are beyond time and space. It can connect us with ideas from that are far beyond the scope of our intellect and rational mind. Our higher self brings messages and ideas from our future self. These ideas can help us to solve difficult situations in split second. It brings answers in a flash for the projects that we cannot resolve in spite of putting all our energy and resources into. Many scientists have wonderful ideas as intuition that solve very difficult questions. Many famous composers have composed beautiful symphonies due to their intuitive power. We all have intuitive power but are not aware as how to enhance it. The answer is simple: make a link with your higher self and it will become easier to increase your intuitive power. A very important factor is to live your life with open mind. It can be done by letting go of conditioned mind and live each moment as new. Page number 53. Live your life in here and now, with no preconceived idea as to how it is going to unfold. It means you have no set expectations. You are trusting the great scheme of things and willing to embrace whatever life brings. When you do that, you are freely flowing with life energy, and it increases your awareness. Heightened awareness helps you to receive guidance from your higher self. It also happens due to your intimacy with the flow of the cosmic river that carries the energy that has all the secrets. You can work on your sixth chakra. This is also called our third eye. It is the eye for the higher vision. When our sixth chakra opens and begins to spin in harmony, it increases our intuitive power. It helps us in connecting with our intuitive energy field, and as such, we begin to receive ideas that are beyond the scope of our intellect and rational mind. Our etheric energy field is very high frequency vibration light body. It has a direct communication with our higher self. It is also directly connected with the collective consciousness. So when we learn to become intimate with our etheric light body, we begin to receive guidance from our higher self. We also begin to receive wisdom from our inner dimensions. We also begin to receive information from the collective universal mind. Through our higher self, we are connected with the rest of the universe, and we have an access to all the wisdom that is inherent in the universe. We are linked with all the dimensions of the universe through our higher selves. But in spite of all the guidance, we are hesitant to use it in our lives. We are usually frightened of all sorts of things when we make any choices, and so we weigh up many aspects. But when we get some idea from our intuitive body, we would have no fear. It is a shortcut to our goal. It gives us the route that is simple and lets us have what we want with least resistance. Page number 54. Another important way to increase your intuitive strength is to learn to open your heart with love. A loving heart can create a bridge of light and love between your higher self and your heart, so it becomes easier to receive messages from your higher self. An open and loving heart operates with higher and pure frequencies of love, and as a result, your emotional body also begins to operate with higher frequencies. When the low frequency clutter is removed from our emotional light body, it creates an environment where we can become sensitive to energy of our intuitive messages. It is very important to use the guidance that we receive as a result. It is because if we do not use the guidance, it creates confusion and conflict in our psyche. It is because our left brain is saying something different, and we begin to weigh up what should I do and what are the advantages, or in case it does not work. It floods your mind with negative chatter, and at the you do not follow your intuition anyway. All that has happened that there is a lot of confusion and conflict, and you begin to feel exhausted and tired without even doing anything. Confusion and conflict drain our energy. It creates lots of stress. All these factors create breakdown in the harmony of various energy fields. It can translate in the breakdown of physical, emotional, or mental health. Not only that, you do not follow the message through it, will create disharmony in the flow of the energy of intuitive energy field, so eventually messages would stop coming. On the other hand, when we follow the guidance, you begin to receive more messages, and this will create much more happiness and joy in your life. It will save your energy, and you will also be able to avoid pain and suffering that a difficult route would have caused. We are used to following our intellect and rational mind, and that is why it is very difficult to trust our intuitive guidance. That is why it requires faith and trust in your higher self and the universe. Our higher self is always guides us towards the path for our highest good. Page number 55. It keeps sending guidance to us throughout our lives to help us steer through the difficult territories of our life. It knows what would serve our higher purpose. It knows the path of least resistance. So all we have to do is to learn to trust the wisdom of our higher self. Also remember that our universe is very kind and gracious, and it wants to pour its blessings in our lives. Its love is unconditional. More you learn to live with a loving and kind heart, more you would be able to trust the guidance from your higher self. Go with the feeling of your heart. Our higher self speaks to us through our heart. Honor your higher self by following its guidance. Respect your inner power of knowing what is best you can do in any given moment in time. Page number 56. 8. Power of thoughts. Your thoughts holds the various keys that will open many doors of the journey of awakening. Our old thoughts can only open the old doors. If you want to unlock the new doors, you need to introduce new and positive empowering thoughts in your life. Create new higher thoughts to make new keys so that you can enter into horizon of more light and love. Do and create new pathways. Life journey is your own creative arena. It demands that you throw away the old keys and mold new set of keys all along your journey so that you never stay too long in a place that has lived out its usefulness, so that you do not make yourself a prisoner of any state of consciousness due to fear or attachment. New sets of value will open new horizons in your life so you can enter into the landscape of your higher self. It is necessary to honor your true self. Take the excitement in entering to places where you have never been before. Let go of the need to have guarantees in your life. Take risk and pierce the wheel of illusion. We would like to think that we have ensured our future, but life energy is too big for the little prison cells that we can create with our risk-free planning. Life has many surprises, and it will take you with its flow into the landscape you dare not even think about. Thoughts create, thought forms, and sooner or later, these will take life of their own. These thought forms would manifest old distorted images in your life as new experiences. These would stay with you like your shadows and will not go away until you deal with these and dissipate the energy stored in these thought forms. Understanding and deep knowing that your external life events are created by what you believe and think is the key to realizing your true potential. Page number 57. Thoughts are units of energy that are inspired and manifested by your quantum self. Whatever you think and believe creates a magnetic field around you. This magnetic field creates the antennas to attract the similar energies from the universe. This energy travels into the universal energy pool and collects the similar energies back into your life field. Your thoughts are representative of what you expect from life. If you think life is unkind and unfair, you operate on that level of consciousness. It means your state of consciousness is immersed into the negative spectrum of universal pool, and as such you would manifest chaos in your life. Your experiences of life mirror state of your consciousness in any given moment in time. Events of life do not manifest through the energy of others, though it may appear to be so. According to state of your consciousness, you attract people and circumstances in life that would validate what you expect from life. People and experiences in your life validate your own inner state of beliefs you have about yourself and the world at large. Your experiences are the direct reflection of how you perceive life to be. Wherever your focus is, that is what you will see in your life. You have equal capabilities to attract negative and positive experiences in your life. Your authentic, unified self is connected with the universal energy and itself is part of it. This universal energy source is the reason behind the duality of your world that reflects two aspects of energy, negative and positive. Energy itself embodies the capacity of reflecting all shades of life. It holds the keys to manifest all aspects of the duality. You have the power to choose any shade from the universal spectrum of existence. All our life existences are derived and created from the same energy. Although our beliefs and values create the filters that work so swiftly that it seems as if we have nothing to do as to why our life is going so wrong. The filters are on automatic pilot. As soon as there is a trigger, imagined or real, it fires, and before you know, you have already reacted out to create a situation that you expect from universe. Page number 58. Our beliefs and values are created by our life experiences, usually during our childhood. It is how we have trained our mind under various experiences that create filters which we have used for so long that we have become unconscious about its existence and any part that we have taken in selecting these. It is due to different values and beliefs that everyone perceives world so differently. All your experiences, negative or positive, are your own realities and true for you. Everyone's map of the world is different. If you understand that all your beliefs and values are created by your own way of responding to life situation, it would be easy to take charge and create new realities. It is true, even if your life is in turmoil now, but the important point is that you have the power to create new positive experiences. The process is same. All you have to do is to learn to watch your responses with heightened awareness. It is important to connect to your authentic self because that is the true power source. The way you have lived your life so far is only one of the infinite ways life can be experienced. It is okay, but now you have become aware of your higher truth so you can let go of your little self, and by doing so you can create the realities of your authentic self. The more you become connected with your higher self, more power you would have to experience the magic of life. You would be able to create much more joy and happiness in your life when you learn to realize that there is a higher way of relating to life. It would transform your life and the universe would reflect your new higher level of consciousness. With the realization of your greater inner power and strength, you would learn how to change your values and beliefs. You would be able to let go old ways of perceiving life experiences and people. You would be able to reflect inner beauty of your higher self. Remember, even a single change in your beliefs and value changes all aspects of your life. It changes how you used to view your life experiences. Your connection and belief in your true self brings more light and love in and around you. You begin to see everything in your life with much more acceptance. Page number 59. That opens up the energy locked in those experiences. It releases the bonds that have tied you with the negative aspects of your ego and life on the whole. You would be able to see how all your experiences have contributed to this state of consciousness that you have become aware now. This process of seeing past experiences in new light and love of your soul self, you would be able to let go of baggage that was hindering your progress in life. Once you realize that how your beliefs and values caused so much pain in your life, you would able to let go of victim consciousness. The way we respond to life situation is the choices that we have made for some reason, and by changing your beliefs, you would be able to understand that it is how you perceived and responded to people that created problems in life. You cannot change others, but you have the power to change your way of reacting. Whenever something hurts you, stop, take a deep breath, and ask yourself, is there a positive way to respond to this situation which would not create pain? There is always a way. Remember that other person is responding in accordance with his or her own world of map, not yours. Now it is your choice whether to stay in your soul center or be drawn into their world of negativity. Say to yourself, I only feel hurt because I have a belief that when someone shouts at me or looks at me this particular way, I get upset. Remember, it is only a program that you have in your mind. It is not your true reality. Think about would be more positive and empowering way of dealing with the situation. I am sure you would find a way that would help you to detach from the negative responses, both inner and outer. It is not about suppressing your aggression. It is about being aware of the strategies you use and knowing that there are many other positive and empowering strategies to live a happy and fulfilled life even when others are negative. The energy of aggression is very powerful and can be used in positive way by being in control. Page number 60. It is not also about putting up with dominating and manipulating people and let them walk all over you. It is about becoming much more confident and strong. It is about changing your inner thoughts and beliefs. You would see that people around you would begin to change their behavior, and those who do not like the new you, let them go. But never hold grudges and or harbor any hurt inside you. Do not make an issue of it, because otherwise it would resurface in some other aspect of your life. Let go of negative and toxic people with a light note. Just acknowledge that they are living the reality of their own values and beliefs, and if you are not compatible, it is okay. Bless all the situations and move on. There is no point in hanging around negative and disempowering people with whom you are not compatible. There is so much we can do about our lives that would transform our lives, that it is not worth bothering about negative people. Page number 61. 9. Tendencies that decide how we would react to life events. Our nature can be understood as sattvic, rajasic, and Tamasic, Sattvic. These are the people who are following the guidance of their higher self. They understand the nature of lower worlds and know all stages of life are transitory and are changing all the time. Everything is happening according to divine plan. They understand the natural laws of energy and are able to live their lives in harmony with the great forces of nature. It is all due to the fact that they have learned to connect with the wisdom that is inherent within our own being. These people have much more awareness of their identity as soul, so they think before they react. They are going with the flow with heightened awareness. So instead of reacting to life in a certain way, they have learned to become a witness to all that happens in their lives. They are not affected by outside disturbances and do not react in a negative way. Outside disturbance do not have lasting effect on them. They not are disturbed and stay in their inner center of balance and harmony. So if someone falls out with you or shouts at you, if your nature is sattvic, you will feel upset, but you will not react negatively. You will go within and respond in a balanced way. It is living life under the guidance of our higher self. It means that we have anchored ourselves in the vast landscape of our soul self. It is in a way connecting to neutral aspect of divine energy, where you are not attached or deterred by external changes. Page number 62. Rajasic. Rajasic tendencies people are not affected to a great deal. They can control themselves much better than Tamasic. Their responses are usually positive. They usually do not react immediately and respond negative with negative. But if they are very negative, they have the wisdom to recognize the mistakes and correct themselves. It is very important stage of developing higher state of consciousness, and no sooner they realize the futility of the angry response, they try to rectify it or resolve it. These people are learning to follow the path of higher awareness and are still in the process of full awakening. They have developed the wisdom that how our responses to life affect our lives and are not in full control of the ego self. We have many personalities due to our many beliefs and values, and it takes time to integrate all the wisdom that we receive on our journey of living our lives as our higher self. It is a process and takes time. Journey of self-discovery is an ongoing process. There is always one more step to take. We are always moving into the higher dimensions of existence where we are able to see life with even more awareness. Tamasic people react aggressively to all outside situation and decide to take revenge. Their hearts are very closed. They are generally very angry with life. They think, how could you do that to me? And I would show what I can do. I cannot let you do that to me. They even take much more stronger reaction than what other person does to them. They never drop it. All their lives they carry the anger and they never ever forgive anyone. They are always filled with rage. These people become very aggressive and lose their composure and become very violent. They experience lot of jealousy and hatred in their lives due to their negative attitude. Day-to-day life brings many collisions with others. just because we are sharing same space and values of materialism. We create obstructions for each other. People with sattvic nature see obstruction as an opportunity to grow and see outside circumstances as the area of their lives where they need to work. Page number 63. They can identify these areas where they need to bring more soul light and love. It is because they are bigger than obstruction. They do not feel threatened and treat these as challenges. In this world, people of varying states of consciousness are experiencing their lives to grow in light and love. So we are bound to cross each other's way. That is the way life is. You need to learn to remember what is aim of your life. Tamasic people will try their utmost to draw you in their negative drama because that is the only way they know how to live their lives. But it is up to you to safeguard your true values and way of life. It is your own responsibility not to be dragged in their play. Life brings many challenges. We cannot just close our eyes and wish these would go away. Remember, we cannot escape forever. If you live your life with love, you will mostly attract people of similar nature. If on the other hand, your behavior pattern is tamasic, you will attract people who will give you many more reasons to fall out and be violent because that is what you are reflecting in the mirror of life. When you are loving and caring, the universe will synchronize it with same kind of events in your life. Be patient in the wake of obstructions. An obstruction shows you down. We want quick results, but if you are patient, you will respond with calm and outcome will be positive. Being aggressive may serve your interest in short term, but in long term, you will be a loser. But when you are patient and take your time, let nature takes its course. Everything falls in place due to the grace of universe. And when you have done what you can do and surrender to greater forces, you will become much more stronger and confident. Not only that, you will also become connected to more light and love in your energy field. All your light bodies will become much more luminous. Your physical body's cellular structure will also vibrate on high frequency, and your nature will become much more loving and kind. Page number 64. All systems of our body are affected when we get angry and violent, and it creates illness. It fills your aura with dense lower frequency particles. Those who are seekers of true meaning of life, they are usually able to cultivate Rajasic nature. When you learn to live from the state of consciousness, you will take responsibility for your actions and reactions. You will become mindful as to how you respond to disturbing life situations. Best way is not to respond to an aggressive behavior immediately and impulsive. When someone behaves unkindly towards you, take few deep breaths and relax. Close your eyes for a moment. Say a little prayer and affirm that you are connecting with your higher self. Ask your true essence to show you the best way to respond. Be calm and collect yourself and act with your soul, light and love you. Use your soul wisdom to react and respond. Remember, when we are lashing out, we are really trying to protect the false pride of our ego, and by doing so, we bring our actions to level of those who are operating with closed heart and negative emotions. It is how they are using their old mindsets to win the power struggle. Every negative emotion can be transmuted in the feeling of love. Purify your thoughts. Freedom of thought is essential to enter into the landscape of your soul light and love. To experience higher states of consciousness is not a religion. It is about going beyond your littleness and learning to live your life with increased awareness that takes you beyond the threshold values and beliefs of ego. When you are following the path of self-discovery and realization, you have the freedom to think about your life experiences and attitudes by going deep within your inner being, and you are not asked to follow any external power or source. Learn to meditate and contemplate and find your own path by connecting to your higher self. Page number 65. It is an active path. There is no manual or scripture to follow from the outside world. You have to learn to listen to inner voice of higher self and implement the soul wisdom into your everyday life. It is left to your own inner guidance, and you have to decide what honors your inner truth. So you have a great responsibility, and that is why many people get frightened of discovering or entering into the dimensions of higher states of beings. It is a lot easier to follow the rules laid down by some external authority than to take responsibility of your life and move into the higher spectrum of your original self. There you have the total freedom to choose the pathways to live your life according to your intuition and inner wisdom. Spirituality is a way of life. Learning to experiencing higher states of consciousness is the way to live an enriched and empowered life. Practice generosity. Be kind and gentle in your behavior. Be sincere, not only to others, but to your own inner being. We all have magical powers within our own inner being. The magic lies in learning the dynamics of your own energy and universal energy. We all have inner power to work with energy. The potential is there, and all we have to do is enhance it by conscious awareness. In fact, whatever you have in your life now is the reflection of how you have worked with the energy so far. It depends where your focus is. If it is on your personality cells, you will realize the dreams of your personalities. If your focus is inward directed, you will be able to realize your original dream. Our original dream is the dream of our soul self. Your soul dream is alive and burning inside you, but due to your preoccupation with outside world, you are not aware of your original dream. Personality selves are usually selfish. As our ego, we try to realize our own dreams even when it is on the expense of happiness of others. Page number 66. Remember, what you gain on the expense of someone else is not a soul deal, and it is not an honest deal. It is deal of ego that looks after its own interests and totally ignores the trauma it causes to others, and it does not honor your higher self. You can learn to honor your higher self by asking yourself, is your own definition based on your true integrity? Does it reflect the radiance of your original self? Or your definition you accepted the values and beliefs without asking your ego? Are these values and beliefs empowering and enhancing you on deeper levels of your being, or you are just satisfying your superficial needs? Honoring your higher self means learning to find happiness in everything you do. Learn to look at the brighter side of all experiences. Explore what keeps you tied in the negative states of your consciousness. What negative attitudes are causing hindrance in your life? The attitude of envy and jealousy is very negative emotion that can keep us bound to the lower world for many lifetimes. Whenever you feel envious or jealous of someone, it creates lower frequency vibrations in your energy field. These lower frequency vibrations create obstructions in the flow of energy in all your chakra. It also creates disturbances in the dynamics of your energy system on the whole. The brilliance of all your light bodies become dull. The flow of panic energy from the universe also becomes obstructed. All these factors create a magnetism which attracts the same kind of situations in your life. Others will become very judgmental of you and will not pay any respect to you. You will attract people in your life who will be jealous of you, or you may attract people in your life who will reject you. You might find yourself in a situation where others become angry with you without any apparent cause. Page number 67. Due to your negative vibrations, you will not be able to attract success in your life. Your relationships may suffer, or the project that were going very well may fall apart suddenly. Let us explore various reasons why people feel jealous of others. These are only some of the reasons you might be experiencing something different altogether. You have to stop and do meditation, go deep inside your inner dimensions and find out why you are reacting with jealousy. If you want to grow on the pathways of self-realization and self-discovery, it is essential to go beyond your negative tendencies. People feel jealous because they think if someone else gets something, they will be deprived because there is not enough to go around. Remember, universe is abundant in all aspects and no one is derived from anything due to undue favor to someone. It is because people forget to count their blessings and they are comparing themselves with others. Everyone is unique and experiencing life in their unique way. Ask yourself, does it really make any difference to you? Because someone else has achieved something or got something that you do not have? Most of the time the answer is no. You are not affected in any way. You are only behaving in this way because you have a low self-esteem and lack of confidence. So you see it, your perception of how you see yourself and the eternal world. It is because you are comparing two entirely different things. You are two different individuals and you have chosen different pathways to experience life, and that is why your assets are different. Remember, we always get what we need for our highest good. This might not be what you think life should be. It because you are not thinking as your soul self. You are thinking as one of your personalities. The personality that believes in lack and scarcity feels frightened and threatened when it watches someone else becoming successful or rich, or it represents the energy of something that you want. It is because it fears its survival. Page number 68. But instead of looking at others and feeling jealous, have a look at your life and all that you have. Are you making use of all the opportunities that life is bringing you? Are you accepting life as it is? Are you appreciative of all the gifts of life that you already have? Are you judgmental of yourself as to how you are doing? Are you criticizing yourself for not being successful or rich and or famous? Do you accept yourself as you are? Do you feel you are deserving or undeserving? By doing so, you will become aware of your negative thoughts and tendencies. Remember, you can have in life what you want. But the condition is that first you have to be happy with what you already have, and only then you can create your life according to your preferences. Undeserving, low self-esteem, non-acceptance, ungratefulness, comparing yourself with others, following your personality's value and beliefs, not listening to your inner voice, living your life on superficial levels with many limitations and boundaries, being critical and judgmental of yourself and others, not looking the bigger picture of life, making judgment based on short-term results, just believing that you only have a physical life and once you die it is end of you, not believing in law of cause and effect, not believing that you have in your life and what you have created. You are the co-creator of your life events with the universe. Page number 69. Ask yourself, do you live your life with soul consciousness, or you have become afraid of life in general? You become afraid of others because deep down you know that you are not honest and so feel like living a lie. You are aware that you are not living your life with your truth. You even become afraid of your own self. You feel as if something bad is going to happen. It is because you are not aligned with your inner original values and you are following the values of ego. Ego makes you feel like that you have to succeed. No matter what sacrifice you have to make, even that sacrifice means going away from your deeper truth. You are following the pathways of illusion. Sooner or later, you become disillusioned with your life. When we live our lives under the controls of tricks of ego, it creates lot of negativity in our lives. Negative vibrations attracts very painful events in our lives and we end up with much pain and suffering. Due to our not facing the reality of life, we lose our credibility. By doing so, we lose the power of resilience. When we live our lives by following our higher self, we are connected to our inner resolve. Our inner resolve is the strength of our eternal self. And as we have greater strength, we can bounce back in the face of adversities of our lives. But when our actions are ego guided, we lose that inner connection and life become less and less workable. This creates much more sadness and suffering. It is vicious cycle and is very difficult to break. Page number 70. 10. A linking and transformation of various personalities. Our true identity is our higher self, and it is our own divinity. Under the plan of great scheme of things, we are traveling in the various dimensions of the universe. Planet Earth is one of those dimensions where we are experiencing our journey. In this part of journey, we are totally focused on our physical body, and we say our utmost attention to the external world. We are living on this planet Earth in accordance with the great universe plan. We are soul, and as soul we have adopted various energy fields to gain experiences in this world. The vibration frequency of our soul self is very higher, and this cannot be sustained in the landscape of lower frequency. It is law of energy that we can only experience life in the area where the vibrations are compatible with our frequencies. So we as soul embrace various energy fields to make us compatible of enter into these lower frequency zones. And these various energy fields also help us to interact and react with the variable frequencies. This compatibility of vibration frequencies is very important factor for journeying into these planes. This ability to interact with many varied frequencies gives us the opportunity to learn our necessary lesson in this dimension. This dimension is regarded as school for learning higher facts to become a realized soul. It is so that we can become awakened beings. It is necessary to do so for purpose of claiming our wholeness. When we embrace our wholeness and become complete, we become one with our source energy. Various energy bodies that we develop in the process of journeying from our source into this world helps us to constitute various personalities. Page number 71. These various personalities are in fact various tools for gaining experience in this world. It is so that we can remember and reclaim our eternity. It can be compared with a drop joining the ocean to become the ocean itself. It is to become unified part of primordial consciousness. It means journeying from separateness to the unified state. Our total being is an expression of our higher self. We are multidimensional beings. Our higher self operates on various frequencies to create many energy fields, and all these energy fields express themselves through the physical body. Our physical body is a mirror that reflects what is happening within our multidimensional being that our higher self uses to complete the cycle of travelers into various dimensions of the universe. On planet Earth, we are mainly focused in the physical body, so it is imperative to understand our physical body and the various personalities by which we experience life. We need to understand how we develop various personalities to gain experience in this dimension. We have already discussed that the foundation of the personalities is guided by our tendencies. These tendencies are present with us from birth as a blueprint. These are carried by our soul self as blueprint and a determining factor of the main theme of a particular incarnation. All our experiences are inherent in the energy form. The main essence of the experiences is already decided prior to our birth. But it is not a closed system. It is an open energy system, and it involves and changes according to changes in our state of consciousness. As we learn our lessons, our energy frequency changes, and this change directs the future experiences. It is because as we evolve, it increases our frequencies and we move into the higher dimensions of experiences. And according to the laws of energy, we would attract the experiences from the dimensions where we are operating from. It means we would have opportunities and access to new sets of experiences.
Page 72. These experiences would be designed to promote our growth in such a fashion that we would be able to move into a dimension which would be operating with even higher frequencies than the last. In the universe, growth never stops. There is always another step to take. There is always another dimension of higher and pure frequencies available to experience the never-ending majesty of the universe. According to our tendencies, we react to our external circumstances. It is our response to external life that various personalities come into existence. As we are born, we are bombarded with various stimuli from our external environmental. We begin to respond to these by learning the ways that are demonstrated by people around us. In fact, it is said that even when a baby is in mother's womb, it is learning from the mother's response to her outside environment. It is not really that far-fetched as it sounds. If we think it this way, that fetus gets its nourishment from mother, and so all the chemicals that are released in mother's blood by her interaction to outside surroundings are also crossing over into the fetus. So it must in some way create changes in the new body that is being evolved inside the womb. It is necessary to understand how our tendencies make an impact on our choices and in some way compel us to develop the various personalities though which are going to experience our lives. Our higher self is the director of all that happens in our lives. According to the lessons we need to learn, our higher self decides the various ways by which we would be able to achieve our goal. Higher self plans the various incidences of our life in form of essence of what we need to learn. Our tendencies form the basis of this selection. Tendencies we have are based on the learning that we have already done in our previous lives on the planet Earth. It is also based on the learning we have done in other dimensions. Page 73. As our higher self, we are experiencing life on the other dimensions at the same time as we are living on the planet Earth. Also, after completing our incarnation on planet, we move on the astral plane, and in between our incarnation, we spend time on the astral plane. While we are on the astral plane, we are still learning and healing ourselves. All these affect the frequencies of our vibrations, and the next incarnation is decided by us as our higher selves according to the state of consequences we have when we decide the next incarnation. Our higher self takes the account of all the learning, what we have done, and how we can go further in the realization of our higher purpose. Our learning constitutes the foundation of the tendencies. That is, our tendencies are reflections of what we have learned and what we need to learn. How open our hearts and minds are is expressed through our tendencies. How much we are aware of our true identity and how much soul light and love we have embraced in our lives is also expressed by our tendencies. According to all these factors, our higher self waves an energy field of a motivating force called desire energy field. It is because whatever we do is usually augmented by the motivation of our desires. Whatever we desire to achieve becomes the driving force in realization of our dreams. Stronger the desire, powerful the motivation becomes. We can go to any length to achieve what we want. It is due to this fact that our higher self waves an energy body of high frequency that will be a driving force in realization of our higher purpose. Our higher self works with the essence and whatever experiences are best suited to bring that desired outcome are inspired through our desire energy field. The original framework is of high frequency vibration and it works in conjunction with our tendencies and higher self in realization of the theme aim for any given incarnation. We are inspired throughout by our heart feelings to pursue our dreams. What we want we usually express as I love to do that. Page 74. Our desire body works by filling our hearts with love for the things that would serve our higher purpose. When we follow our hearts in whatever we do, it would be for our highest good. It will also be good for all concerned. When something works on the height of expression, it connects us to the great scheme of things. By following our hearts, we begin to participate fully in the greater plan of the universe. We begin to follow in tune with cosmic rhythms. We begin to live our lives in tune with our soul song. This is the ultimate goal of our lives. When we begin to develop our personalities with our total focus on our physical existence, we forget our higher purpose and begin to follow the desires of our ego. Desires of ego are materially oriented, and all our action begin to be determined in context of the external gains. Desires of ego are of lower frequencies, and these negative particulars begin to infuse our basic desire body. More focused we are on our physical existence, more our desired become influenced by our ego. It is also because ego basically works for our survival that it is mostly concerned with our survival. As we begin to identify with our ego self, our desires become much more physical gain oriented. Our desire body begin to be infused with various low frequency desires. We have many varied desires and as such develop many layers of low frequency vibrations. Many times our desires are contradictory to each other. These many layers of varying frequencies give birth to many contradictory personalities. All these personalities which are trying to have own way, and this creates disturbance in the energy field of our desire body. It begins to conduct many experiences with contradictory themes. We do one thing and another personality comes up. It wants to do something else. This creates turmoil in our psyche. we begin to draw experiences in our lives that are in conflict with one or many of our other personalities. It is only due to this reason that most of the changes we make in our lives are short-lived. Page 75. It is because the change we made is not accepted by other personalities, these would put up a fight with the new personality and sabotage what it wants to do. It is one of the reasons that many times while we are doing something positive and when we are near the final phase of realization of our dreams, one of the strong personalities make a move and we end up making a mistake that destroys the whole project. That is why it is necessary to bring all our personalities in alignment with our higher selves. When we are connected with our higher selves, our desire body begins to vibrate with higher frequencies, and this enables us to let go the desires of ego. And as we learn to refuse to pay attention to desires of our ego self, we begin to respond to our life events with higher frequencies that increase the intensity of our relationship with our higher self, and we begin to receive more wisdom from our higher selves. It disperses the confusion that have been created by contradictory values of various personalities. As the clouds of confusion begin to disperse, we begin to receive the sunshine of ourselves. This clears the fog created by the negative emotions and mindsets. Due to this fact, all our energy fields begin to vibrate with higher frequencies. We develop a state of expanded consciousness. It begins to open our hearts with love. We learn to live our lives with loving kindness and compassion for others. And gradually we begin to respond to our life experiences with our soul light and love. We begin to let go of our anger, resentment, jealous, and all other negative ways of behavior. We begin to awaken our higher sense. This transformation of attitude changes our life in a profound way. We begin to connect with our inner higher dimensions. Due to our entrance into the landscape of higher frequency dimensions, we begin to attract higher ways of experiencing life. We begin to magnetize experience that would bring more joy and bliss in our lives. We attract people who are operating from same kind of vibrations, and so we develop more loving relationship. This blessing becomes part of our lives in many aspects. Wherever we go, we meet kind and loving people. Page 76. Life becomes easy and we attract many synchronizations in our life. You think of doing something and help is there. Universe brings all the conditions and people in your life that will help you in achieving whatever you desire. Various roles we play in our lives, such as daughter or son, as brother and sister, and other roles within our close family, form the substantial grounds for designating very important personalities of our lives. First 8 years of lives are important in deciding how we would live rest of our life. It is during these few years that we develop various filters that we use to select the way we would make various choices during rest of our lives. Our responses at this age create the substrate where the formation of various personalities would take place. Every time we respond to something, it creates energy particles that are deposited on the selected substrate. Gradually, it begins to take a shape and a solid structure is laid down. This is reinforced by a repeated actions of the similar frequencies. An energy field is waved that increase in its strength. This energy fabric of various frequencies becomes the part of appropriate basic energy fields that we use to store and guide our external responses. That means it takes its due place in our various energy fields that we working under the guidance of our emotional field, mental energy field, etheric field, desire field, etc. Each personality is linked with some emotions or mental attitudes. These are all carrying the frequencies of our values and beliefs. These create the imprints of various beliefs and values that have become part of our life. More we live by our values and beliefs, more we become attached to this. Not only that, we become one with these personalities and begin to identify with these. We begin to think that we are our personalities. We forget completely that we are using various personalities to gain experience on this planet, and our true identity is our higher self, not any of these personalities. Various personalities. We have different energy layers of desires, love, health, etc., and opposite bodies to all personalities that we have. For example, when you are in pain, happiness is sleeping somewhere in the ship. Page 77. Whatever we want is already in the form of energy within our higher self. It just needs our connection and awakening to become part of our day experiences. We need to understand few laws of energy to have some idea as to how these personalities work. First of all, the world we live in is expressed and governed by the laws of duality. All our experiences can only be understood as expressions of negative and positive. We experience life in relation to negative and positive, such as good and bad, right and wrong, love and hate, holding and letting go, likes and dislikes, and so on. The world we live in is created by the presence of both negative and positive energy expressions. It must be understood clearly that the source energy is non-polar. From this non-polar energy source, a primordial creative wave is projected for manifestation of the form. This creative principle expresses itself as negative and positive. That means it is bipolar. The lower dimensions of the universe are manifested by this bipolar energy wave, and so life on these realms is experienced as the interaction between both these negative and positive expressions. As such, all our energy fields and personalities have both the negative and positive element in their makeup. That includes etheric field, mental field, causal body, emotional body, and the physical body. The best way is to understand it is to imagine the picture of Chinese yin and yang symbol. All our bodies are expressions of the yin and yang, and that is the way we experience life. Each positive personality has a negative counterpart and vice versa. To understand how our personalities exist in our psyche, we need to look at some examples when we are experiencing pain and suffering. The energy field of the healing is lying dormant in the background. When are unhappy, the personality or the energy field that can give us feeling of happiness is already there within our inner dimensions, but it is dormant. We have not connected to it, or you can say it lies in the form of energy field of the potential that we have, that is to be happy. So even when we are experiencing disappointment and unhappiness in the same given moment, we have the capability to experience a state of happiness. Page 78. For that we need an awareness of the fact that even in midst of all the turmoil of our lives, we have a potential of operating from the state of inner happiness. It is because that specific energy field is already there within us and is available to us. When we live our lives with awareness, this wisdom becomes apparent to us. That is why it is said that we always have a choice as to how to operate in or lives. Even midst of turmoil, we can concisely make a like with our higher state of conciseness and balance our lives. It is so that we do not get crushed with our tragic life experiences. It depends on our focus. We can choose to connect with the part of us that is already in a state of balance. This can help us to live our lives with inner peace and tranquility even when outside life is passing through a wildness. We can take another example that when we operate with attitude of judgment, it happens under one of the personalities that has been created by the values and beliefs as to what is good behavior, and if someone does not behave in that way, we automatically criticize them. While we are doing it in that very moment, we have an energy field that operated from higher frequencies of a state of loving and kind heart. This part of ourselves is not judgmental, it operates with an attitude or acceptance. This is either in form of potential, or we could be living our lives through it in some other part of our lives. It means that you may be judgmental with some people in life, but with some might be more accepting. In our lives, we fluctuate from one state of conciseness to other throughout the day. We are playing many roles in our lives and we use different strategies for various roles. While someone may be very unkind to one person, at the same time, they might be very kind to someone in their lives. With different people, we behave differently and we express this variation through the various personalities that we have developed during our childhood. And as our higher selves, we have the potential of higher way of experiencing our lives. Page 79. With our connection to our higher selves, we can concisely develop the positive and higher personalities. We can bring the lower frequency personalities that are not awakened yet or not awakened fully into embrace of our soul light and love. We experience our life in accordance with our beliefs and values. It works like this, that what we believe is what we see and experience in our lives. And every time we experience something in life and validated our belief about something, and it gives more energy to our definition of how things are. And so we continue to behave in a certain way that confirms our beliefs and values even more. This process builds up the energy for that particular beliefs or idea, and the personality that has been engineered due to that very belief receives more frequencies of the same vibration. And this adds more of the same frequency particulars into the energy field of that personality. This process of repeated at once makes that very personality very strong, and it begins to play a very dominating role in our lives. This makes us more rigid towards our beliefs and values. It becomes a conviction, and we begin to identify within on many deeper levels. It becomes a truth, and if anyone does not agree with it, we feel threatened. It makes it very difficult for us to let go of that particular beliefs and value. We feel compelled to live our lives through that belief or value because of its strong hold on us. So for creating a higher way of life, we have an intent to do so. Our intent waves an energy field of higher frequencies that lays the foundation for the new state of conciseness. Intent mirrors our willingness and acceptance for the new and higher way of life. It creates energy for transformation of our attitudes towards life. It makes a template where new positive and higher frequencies energy particular can set up in our aura. This can work as a platform for setting up a new stage for life experiences. This new platform can be a place of our higher expressions. On this stage of more love and light, we can begin to attract new players that can help us develop an expanded conciseness. Page 80. It is where we can let go of our beliefs and values in the light and love of our higher self. This brings the transformation of the old personalities due to infusion of our aura with the higher frequencies. Our intent expresses our desire, and desire is the motivation factor that helps us to do our best to achieve what we want. Our desire is our message to our higher self that we want to transform our way of expressing our uniquencies in the universe. So our higher self and universe work together to support our new adventure and bring all the help we need to grow. When we desire something, it expresses what we love to do. Remember, the law is that more emotional intensity we have for something, easier it becomes to realize. Emotions give energy to the process and broadcast our desires into the universe. This broadcast attracts the people who are looking for some sort of ground to express their individuality. It is because anything we want to do will only manifest if we attract right kind of energy for it. The people who can help you in manifestation of what you want bring that energy, but it is a two-way street, and people who are going to help you would be the people who would also be benefited from the partnership. So much more higher frequencies of love you put in your dream, you would attract people with much more higher frequencies, and as such with each other's cooperation you would enter into the higher dimensions of you inner being. Not only that, you would be connected with the higher dimensions of universe. Due to these facts, your connections with your own soul light and love would become stronger, and more of your personalities would be aligned with your higher self. This brings an unprecedented transformation to many of your personalities. It even brings more light and love to the personalities that we never accepted and touched by your love. These personalities that were kept out of your heart would be embraced in your loving heart. Page 81. This translates into even more transformation in your life, and it expands your state of consciousness on many levels of your being. Energy field of desire can be enhanced and empowered by being enthusiastic about what you want to achieve. Being enthusiastic means you are really looking forward to. It translates into a feeling of love into your energy field. It infuses your aura with high frequency particles. It broadcasts to your higher self that you would really love to do it. It sends a message to the universe that you are open and willing to receive what you want. It is an indication of the state of consciousness that is ready to accept what you desire. It is of paramount importance to remember that to be able to receive something, we have to operate from the frequency which is in tune with what we want. When we are enthusiastic about what we want, we are able to weave many layers of particles that make us receptive to what we want. It helps to prepare a ground for staging that event in our lives. It is also a law of nature that when you want something, behave as if you already have it. When we begin to behave with the conciseness of as if we already have it, it becomes easy to magnetize it in our external life arena. It is where we can play with the power of our imagination. Imagination is a very important tool to receive what we want. Imagine it as vivid as possible. See it with as many as colors as possible to make it very vibrant and alive. Add all the elements to make it irresistible. Imagine and visualize what would be like to have and what you want. When you will have that in your life, how would it different from now when you do not have it? Imagine as many details as possible. What you will hear when this is materialized in your life. How would you feel and enhance all these feelings as much as you can? Make this so strong as if you are experiencing these in here and how. Imagine its texture, its form that you would see and feel when it become part of your life. Page 82. Make it pulsate with live energy and feel it. Bring all sense in tune with it. Infuse it whatever sensation you can relate to it. Imagine, visualize, hear, and taste it in its deepest and most real form. All these factors would add more higher and appropriate frequencies. Remember, our mind does not know the difference between imagined and real experiences. Even scientists have found that when we are watching something, we get same sensations and thrills as the someone who is doing it. It means we have a built-in mechanism in our brain that tunes in our physiology to what we are observing. Our higher self connection is definitely enhanced by imagination and visualization. By this process, we begin to develop new state of consciousness to receive that what we want. All these factors help to align our personality selves with our higher self. More our desire energy field is infused with higher frequencies of love and enthusiasm, more it begins to connect us to our higher desires. Higher desires are under directive of our higher selves, and these would enhance our connection with our original landscape. Higher desires help us in realization of our higher purpose. More we become clear about our higher purpose, more we would be able to honor our higher self in our day-to-day life. It makes us more intimate with our inner dimensions. As we become more intimate with our inner dimensions, we begin to attract the life experiences that reflect the light and love of those dimensions. This begins to transform our personalities. The lower frequency personality selves become empowered and are raised to higher frequencies due to our shift in consciousness. These begin to receive more light and love from our higher self to the negative emotions and beliefs that were expressed by these personalities change and transform into higher expression of light and love due to the shift in state of consciousness.
Page 83, Part 3, Chapter 11. Importance of use of words in communication in honoring your higher self. The way we communicate with others is a very important in pursuing our higher growth. The words and our language imparts a great deal of the information about our inner worlds and influences others to a great deal. The words are like precious diamonds. The words that express kindness and compassion are priceless and can change and transform lives. By the proper use of words, you can enhance and empower many people in your life. Our words can transmit the radiance and flame of unconditional love to others. You can touch many hearts with simple and loving words. It transmits higher frequencies of love to others and can fill their hearts with unconditional love. The ramification of few kind words is beyond any measure, and on the other hand, few unkind words can destroy lives. Whatever we say, it gives universe a message about the state of our inner worlds. It relays the secret of our state of consciousness to universe. Law of energy is that it returns to its source, and so whatever frequencies we sent into universe, these are returned to us in form of same frequency life events. When we live our lives by connecting to our higher self, we become aware of the importance of the words we use. We know how we talk to others can create many changes into our lives and lives of others. how we express ourselves in our day-to-day life can also change our universe. It is important to understand how does it work so that we can make use of the wisdom by improving the way we relate and communicate with life. Page 84. Each letter vibrates with its specific frequency, and on the same token, all words have a unique frequency as well. The frequencies generated by our words affect the way people and places connect with us. It is one of the ways we express our uniqueness. Our voice have a unique and specific frequency. Whatever we say also carries a message of our inner worlds. It carries our emotional and mental vibrations. Our words and voice also give the hidden messages about our past memories. The words we use reflect the frequencies of our emotions. It also carries the intensity of our emotions in relation to certain experiences. If you learn to connect with your higher self, you will be able to understand the motivation of others, such as why they are entering into your space, what they want from you, what they think about you. Remember that it all happens mostly on the energy level. It also gives information about our mental attitude, such as how deeply we relate to life. We are coming from our hearts, or we are being dominated by one of our personalities. The question is why we cannot make sense of others' energy. It is because we are so wrapped up in our personality feelings. Even when we are aware of incompatibility or ulterior motives of others at some level, we are buying into it because we are expecting some gain. This level is our beliefs that we need outside love to survive in this world. Although clues are there from the beginning to show this incompatibility, but we overlook these. Our voice carries information about our primary fear. On invisible levels, others can sense our fears, and so we can fall prey and be manipulated by others. There are people who want to dominate others, and when they see someone who they can easily control, then they would make most of the situation. Your voice also carries the message as to, at your basic level, how happy you are, how much inner joy you have. Our energy fields give it all away. Our energy fields are like transmitter and receiver of our frequencies. Page 85. In a way, we can say the vibrations that we radiate create a magnetic field around us, and depending on the message we send in the universe, we attract the people who can provide us what we transmit. All our words with our specific voice carry vibrations of our inner state, and this is reflected back to us in form of life experience. Remember, life can only provide us what we transmit. All our words with our specific voice carry vibrations of our inner state, and this is reflected back to us in form of life experience. Remember, we can only receive from the universe what we are capable of receiving. Universe can only bring anything into our lives according to our capacity to receive. No matter how hard you try, You cannot receive something for which you are not ready. We have to develop a state of consciousness for what we want in our life. If you want to honor your higher self, it is necessary to communicate with loving, kind words. Loving, kind words are wholesome words. These reflect your inner light and love. Some people say they speak up the truth and criticize others. They think they are very frank and straightforward. It is not the truth at all. It is demoralizing and it disempowers others. Not only that, when we speak unwholesome words, it lowers our vibration frequencies as well, and we become disconnected from our higher self. We also diminish our intimacy with our heart. Our heart chakra begins to operate at lower frequencies. Our hearts become closed. Due to this process, our energy fields begin to vibrate at lower frequencies. It creates disharmony throughout multidimensional being. Our physical body suffers as well due to change in our physiology. It affects our well-being on many levels. I think we are all aware how it feels when we are criticized, how hurt we feel. When we learn to live our lives as our higher self, we cannot act in such an irresponsible way to make others aware of their shortfalls. Go within and ask your higher self to guide you in what is a higher way to encourage people to make changes. Page 86. Remember, if you cannot say anything nice, at least do not say any unkind words as well. Any situation where it involves to point out mistakes or weaknesses of others, firstly go within your heart, send love to them and to the situation. After that, express your concern in a positive and constructive way instead of a hurtful way. By doing so, you will inspire others. It is better to speak in a way which can empower people rather than making them afraid so they lose confidence. When we use negative words and criticize others, it lowers our vibrations and it changes our body chemistry as well. The chemicals created in our body are toxic to our well-being in all aspects. And if we continue to live life in a negative way, we would suffer a breakdown in our health. When we live our lives with low frequency dense vibrations, we are cut off from our own soul light and love. More distant we become from higher self, more disharmony is created in our lives. We would attract more traumatic situations in our lives. Remember, whatever others say or do is not our responsibility, but whatever we say or do is our own responsibility. Whatever you say or do, first ask yourself, does this way honor your higher self? And you owe that to yourself. Would that kind of behavior bring you close to your higher self, or it would create a gulf? When you learn to connect with your higher self, you will be guided as how to express your concerns in positive and empowering way. You would create an environment wherever you go that others can grow. It is because others will receive your soul light and love. Higher frequency vibration flows towards lower frequency environment. so your soul light and love can uplift other people's aura, making them feel empowered. They can become aware of presence of their higher selves, and by doing so, they can become connected with their own hearts. It will wake them to the unconditional love which is flowing within their own worlds. It can help them to dissolve their negative feelings. It can help them to grow into their soul light and love. When you are kind, people feel safe. Page 87. Even when people are unkind, send them love and invite their higher selves during meditation and talk to them as your higher self and request them to resolve the personality difference and negativity, so we can find a positive and happy way to resolve the personality conflicts. Remember, we really only fall out and develop negative emotions due to personality beliefs and values. At soul level, we are all source of love as part of divine. No one can really ever fall out in love. All differences and animosity is only due to our beliefs and values. These values and beliefs are not who we truly are. We are soul and beyond all the values and beliefs. Page 88. Chapter 12. Importance of attitude of compassion in honoring the higher self. Compassion is the language of love. Compassion is a mirror which reflects the true beauty of a loving heart. It is the way our higher self communicates. In fact, it is a reflection of our soul light and love. As we become intimate with our higher self, we become aware about the pain that everyone is suffering from. As our higher self, we are the source of love, and with that, we are connected with the universal unconditional love. As we become intimate with our higher self, we become aware about the pain that everyone is suffering from. As our higher self, we are the source of love, and with that, we are connected with the universal unconditional love. Once we recognize our true identity, our heart becomes filled with love, and in this state of consciousness, we radiate love to all. Our higher self does not weigh up people to see whether they deserve our loving behavior or not. It does not see with the eyes of judgment and think are they worth it or not. In original state of our being, loving kindness flows from our hearts. Because our true nature is love, we do not share love as an act of love, but we are anchored in the ocean of unconditional love, and everyone is part of that belonging. We are in it together. The only difference is that some of us have recognized this state of being, while others are struggling. In the heart of universe, there is no separation and discrimination. We are all parts of it. Compassion is recognition of our true belonging. It says that we belong to same source and we are one with it. In the true state of compassion, we are remembering our true being. It is the state of being that is all embracing without judgment and discrimination. It understands the dilemma, confusion, and pain which is inherent in the lower dimensions of universe. Page 89. Compassionate heart is very well aware of the pain and suffering of the worlds we live in. Remember, the experiences we have on lower dimensions are part of the great scheme of things. These are so planned that we can learn our lessons. It is so that we can pierce the veil of illusion and reconnect with our original truth. These experiences are not our true identity. These are just various tools that we use as soul to cross the lower dimensions to reach in the landscape of our original source. All our experiences only have one purpose, that is, to awaken us from the trance that these lower worlds create. It is so we can cross the sea of forgetfulness and become unified with our source center. The attitude of compassion raises our state of consciousness. Whenever we operate with consciousness of compassion, we create a bridge of love between our higher self and ego self. It translates in more light and love in our energy field. When you show your pity for those who are in some kind of pain or dilemma, you are in fact saying, "It is too bad that you are suffering so much." You are giving a message as if it is terrible and very unfortunate, and you should make an escape as soon as possible. Or maybe you are saying that it is the end of you and now you are stuck in your pain forever and ever. It creates instant separation. It creates judgment. It is telling the one who is already disheartened that it should have never happened to you, or how could it happen to you? You are separating life's totality of experiences that includes pain and suffering. You cannot live in this world and not have varied experiences, both pleasant and unpleasant. To show pity, you are sending a message of denial that suffering is not part of life. It in fact increases the suffering of the one who is already downhearted. It makes them suppress their pain rather than facing it and accepting it as part of the process called life. You are accentuating the duality of life. Page 90. It tries to divide the life into the polarity of pain and pleasure, where pain should have no room in your heart and you should deny the existence of the natural tides of the universal life force. When you show pity, you are in fact reflecting your limitedness. It mirrors how you receive and experience your life with a closed heart. This heart has no room for pain and hurt. It is mirroring that you are living your life with denials of the totality of the life experiences. You are using the strategy of denial and suppression of pain in your life. It shows how fearful you are in your attitude towards the life experiences. It is a sign that there is no room in your life for the things that you do not like. You are making the other person feel worse, and you are installing the energy of your fears into their aura as well. When you live your life with denial and suppression, you are living an unhealed life. You are numbing your senses and refusing to experience the beauty and majesty of life. You can only give others what you have. Because you have no courage to be honest to your life experiences, you are generating the fearful negative messages to others as well. Others receive these messages directly as well as from the collective mind. So, You are not helping them to deal with their pain, but you are increasing their suffering by attitude of pity. Pity is a low vibration emotion. Not only it infuses your aura with lower dense energy particles, but it also radiates same frequency vibration to whom you are showing your pity. It is very damaging for both parties. If you learn to open to life as it is in its natural force and respond with your true essence, you will become aware of another way of responding to others who are in pain, and that is attitude of compassion. A compassionate heart gives space to all aspects of life. There is room in your heart for all colors and shades of life. All spectrums of life events are acceptable to an open heart and mind. All shades of life are embraced in heart with gentle acceptance. A compassionate heart has the ingenuity to live in each moment by fully participating. Page 91. When you give permission to live your life with integrity and full participation, you can create an environment where anyone who is in pain can open up to their own suffering as well. The energy of compassion pierces through the thick armor that has been built around our hearts to stop the entry of pain. The energy generated by the attitude of compassion diffuses the dense fog of protection so they can learn to enter gently into the landscape of their pain and suffering. They can bring their suffering and integrate it into the gentle embrace of their soul light and love. It makes others feel at ease and to be able to face up to the root cause of their pain and suffering. It gives them courage and confidence. It is the acceptance of being human and the cosmic pain that is inherent in the world we live. The act of compassion creates a gentle and gradual awakening of the various personalities that we create to experience our lives on this planet Earth. Compassion means living your life with the radiance of your soul light and love, where others can feel safe to give themselves permission to experience all aspects of life with openness of heart and mind. It gives them courage and connects them to their inner wisdom to separate their many selves from the grips of the illusion, not by denying, but by fully experiencing these with love and light. It helps them to break the identification of me and mine, so they can move into higher and expanded state of consciousness. It is the place where pain and suffering can be explored as the tools for enriching and enhancing their lives. Being compassionate does not mean approving the wrongdoing. It is about an openness to accept who they are. It is about giving others space to be how they want to experience their lives. It is allowing them to experience life as they have decided to. A compassionate heart is open to help and assist from the soul viewpoint. When you are operating from your soul senses, you will know when and how to assist. Page 92. Compassion is not about imposing your help and assistance on others because it makes you feel good. It is about caring in a loving but detached way. It is about realizing their uniqueness in the greater scheme of things. It is about realizing that everyone is making a valuable contribution in one's own special way. Compassion is not a feeling that I am above you or superior than you and I can help. It is about providing the support and assistance in whatever form it is required without judgment and looking down at others. It is about making an effort to bridge the gap and separation between you and others. It is about contributing in healing of the separation that exists in our world of duality. Compassion does not mean spending all your time in helping others. It is about finding a balance between honoring your needs as well. It is because if you do not take care of your own higher needs and follow your higher purpose, you will soon exhaust your energy source. You will feel depleted and become resentful of the fact that others for claiming all your time and energy. When live your life with compassion and kindness, you fill your aura with the radiance of your soul, love and light. All your bodies begin to vibrate with higher frequency energy. Your connection with your eternal self becomes stronger. Your thoughts and emotions become loving and kind. Your kind and compassionate words can change someone's life forever. You can enhance and empower people who come in your contact. The ones who are helped with your loving and inspiring words will carry the radiance and flame of your compassion to others. It is because their hearts have been touched with your loving heart, and this will help them to open their hearts to the unconditional love as well. They will find courage and confidence to radiate that love to many who cross their path. Remember that ramifications of your kind words can spread love beyond any measure. Page 93. On the other hand, few unkind words can literally destroy many lives. No matter how justified you feel, please do not use any unkind words. Think, contemplate, and ask your higher self. Know that there are many ways to express your concern and non-agreement. Choose light and love instead of unkind words. Make your point in a positive and constructive way. It is far more rewarding to show kindness and politeness even when others are being unkind to you. Do not be tempted in tit-for-tat policy. By behaving in unkind way, you also damage your aura with infusions of negative energy. Unkind behavior cuts you from the landscape of your higher self. Attitude of loving kindness is an wholesome act and fills your heart with unconditional love of universe. It is because whatever we give to others, it comes back in your own life. So when you empower and enhance others, your own life will also receive same gifts from the universe. When we link up with our higher self, we become connected with our soul light and love as well. This increases our vibration frequencies. When we begin to live our lives with higher vibrations, we are transported into the higher dimensions of the universe. Higher vibrations open our heart chakra and our heart becomes filled with unconditional love. more our connection becomes stronger with our higher self, more we become compassionate towards others. Due to opening of our hearts, we learn to behave in loving, kind way towards others. Due to intimate bond with our original self, we begin to accept ourselves as we are. We learn to love ourselves unconditionally. We also begin to become compassionate and understanding towards our fragmented parts. These fragmented parts are the parts of our psyche that we have denied acceptance. We have closed our own hearts to parts that we refused to acknowledge because our deep-rooted fear. We have become incomplete due to suppressing these fragmented parts. We learn to claim our wholeness by embracing these parts with loving kindness. We also begin to appreciate our role in journey of life. Page 94. We begin to trust our loving heart and move away from judgment and intolerance. We do not behave in a compassionate way as an act of doing a kind deed. We are loving and compassionate because we have developed state of unconditional love. A heart filled with unconditional love radiates love and compassion to all in a state of being rather than a doer. The key word is I am love. We all live in the heart of universe and there is no separation. It is the same eternal consciousness that is our true belonging, and me and you are same in our original belonging. Page 95. Chapter 13. Importance of attitude of acceptance and humility in honoring your higher self. Attitude of acceptance and humility helps us to stay in our inner balance center even when others are unkind to us. Why we are unable to accept others? What is that making us to reject them or their way of expressing life? What is their behavior triggering inside us that we don't like about ourselves? We have to go deeper into our inner worlds to find the answers to our attitude of non-acceptance of others. It is very easy to move out of peace and calm center into the rough landscape of pain and hurt. We easily become distort and lose our balance. We become angry. We need to cultivate the quality of understanding that what others say and the way they behave is how they see and react to life. We should not let that negative energy enter into our aura and cling to our field of life experiences. Learn not to react and respond with anger as if that statement is true about you. This gives more power to the other person because they want to draw you in the power struggle to make them feel happy and winning. Take few deep breaths. Ask yourself what this situation is offering the opportunity for. It is unresolved internal issue that is surfacing up, and you need to look deep within for trigger and resolve it as best as you can. Or it could be that you have to learn to distinguish your energy from the energies and identities of the other people in your life. Ask yourself, is it due to some form of attachment? Are you too much enmeshed with people on any one or many emotional levels? Page 96. Are you too much enmeshed with people on any one or many emotional levels? And this is telling you to go within and free yourself from the energy of others that is entangled within your aura. It could be a lesson in acceptance. For staying in balance, you have to sit in silence and learn to listen your inner voice. Listen what is being said beneath the surface that you need to acknowledge and rectify in your own life. Many people are playing the game of power struggle to be assertive and prove their power. But remember, the true power lies not in the confrontation with others and by being aggressive. True power can only be achieved by going inward to see what is the true reason for that event to take place in your life. See if there is something in your own psyche that has been triggered by this event, or is it just another opportunity to stay calm and balanced? You have a choice to react or to say no and move out of the situation. It is probably test for using your discretion power and recognizing and honoring who you truly are. That is nature of the negative world we live in. Many times we will come across situations when people who are not happy in their own lives happen to be passing through the landscape that we are just passing by. Just be a passerby and do not make their energy your own. Do not become part of something that has nothing to do with you. That is life. People are experiencing various states of consciousness. All you have to do is be aware of your own energy and honor your true self. You are not responsible for how others act in their lives. Learn to have neutral attitude when it has nothing to do with you, even when it is directed at you. Live your life with your soul wisdom, not with the illusion of others. Where they stand, they feel safety in numbers, and that is why they will try to drag as many people as possible on their stage of drama. As you evolve spiritually, your aura becomes more radiant, and that can be scary for others because they feel frightened of the light and peace they sense in your energy field. Page 97. And sometimes they lash out because they feel threatened of you as light from your aura is destabilizing their safe and secure world. It could also be a time and opportunity to practice acceptance and loving kindness. People who respond to most situations with anger and criticism of others have a feeling of low self-worth. They are very fearful under the mask of the power of anger. Understand their vulnerability and forgive. Give them space to find out the resolution for the feeling of low self-worth. You do not need to bring yourself to their level to teach them a lesson or take revenge. You are the angel of love. You are the conduit of unconditional divine love. You can create an environment where they can find a space to turn around and rectify their misconceptions. It might not happen in that instant, but you will sow a seed for the future where they will benefit from your inner love and light. As you are becoming transparent due to your link with your soul light and love, others without realizing are being more transparent and this transparency may reflect their weakness rather than strength, because they need help in that area, and you are fortunate being a channel for the divine love and light, and are ready to do your silent work to serve the divine. It is your chance to move and expand yet into another higher level of consciousness that will bring more love and blessings in your life. False pride is very damaging. False confidence and overconfidence is also very damaging. In fact, any sense of pride is false and creates negative particles in your aura. Attitude of humility, on the other hand, is believing that there is a greater power than our humanness. As you progress on the path of self-discovery, you come to realize and become aware of the emptiness of all the masks that you identify with. Some people take pride on how much other people rely on them and depend on them. They feel powerful and thrive on the energy that they get by being appreciated by others. Page 98. Ask yourself a question when you come to that stage in life where these people are taken out of the equation of your life experiences. Who and what would become of you? If there was no one to praise you for your good and powerful deeds, will you lose your identity? Would you know who you are? When we act with pride, we cut ourselves off from the flow of the universal energy. We are declaring to the universe that we do not need the universal grace and unconditional love. Attitude of pride is not worthy of who you truly are. Attitude of pride thrives on the material gains and denies existence of your original essence. Attitude of pride blocks the flow of energy in all your systems and leads to disastrous results by attracting unpleasant circumstances in your life. The attitude of vanity is very negative attitude and deprives you of true riches of life. True riches and happiness is not dependent on the material gains and status. We do not have to show and boast about our performances in life. Acceptance of when we react to life with closed heart and unwholesome attitude gives us an opportunity to realize where we stand on the stage of life. It honors our higher self. It raises our state of consciousness. It helps us to move towards the path of self-realization by accepting various personalities that we harbor in our psyche. To live your life as the true eternal being that you are, it is essential to become aware of the many levels of state of consciousness that you are experiencing. Page 99. To connect to your eternal essence means becoming whole, and for that, it is imperative to integrate all aspects of your being. Denial is a process of running away. It is a strategy to escape. You are trying to hide from your own true essence. Remember, the true magic lies within your own inner being. And to connect with that essence, you need to let go need of escape and denial. Accepting when we have hurt someone is a sign of humility. The attitude of humility releases the high vibration energy in your psyche, and this bridges the gap between your many personalities and eternal self. Learn to accept whatever life brings. Accept and appreciate all that universe has given you so far in life. Accept everything with open heart and non-judgmental mind. Whatever you have now is what you need in this moment in life according to state of consciousness. Learn to love life as it is right now in the present moment. Everything is okay. Accept life with all its lack and shortages. Lack of many things, money, perfect relationships, nurturing friends, or whatever you think you should have but do not have, has to be acknowledged and accepted if you want to fill your life with abundance. It opens the doorway for moving into the landscape of your eternal self. The attitude of acceptance gives you an understanding of what life is. It helps you in developing a consciousness of abundance. Remember, whatever belongs to you, your eternal self will magnetize that in your life. It is only a question of time. The universe and your eternal self are very generous, and when time is right according to your state of consciousness, your higher self and the universe will co-create the abundance in your life. You do not have lack of anything because someone else has got it what you want and need. You do not have something that you want. There could be many reasons for that. The most important one is that for your higher growth, it is not necessary requirement in that moment of time. Page 100. In other words, it would not serve your higher and true purpose. We are all unique and have our own specific purpose, and we would be provided with whatever we need by the kind and gracious universe. Another reason why we don't have something we want could be that we are not living fully and wholeheartedly with what we have. We are living in a state of denial and rejection. Learning to accept what you have with open heart and mind is the first step towards abundance. Pride is always trying to make someone else responsible for the pain. When you act with false pride, you are in fact trying to shift blame of your own shortcomings to an outside factor. It has to be a person, situation, or a place that caused you the pain and suffering because you are too proud to admit your role in the situation. When you act with the attitude of pride, you would try to make excuses for your actions. Pride cannot accept the truth. It cannot accept the vulnerability of our humanness. Pride is always judgmental. The attitude of pride has tendency to drain the energy of life experiences. It chokes the energy from the relationships. Pride dictates the terms and conditions of all its relationships. People with pride develop a negative attitude of imposing their values on others. This way of thinking insists that I am much more intelligent than you. It says, you better follow my way or else I do not want to know you. People who live their lives with the negative attitude of pride would always want to have the first and last word. Their way is always better than all others in the group. I know the best, and it is what pride imposes on others. Pride has all the answers. I am superior to everyone else. It is difficult to share anything with people who carry the baggage of pride. When you live your life with humility, you would learn to honor your responsibilities. Pride wants acknowledgement and appreciation. It wants to tell everyone, I did it. Look at me and take notice of me. It wants appreciation. Page 101. It wants everyone to validate its achievement. When you stand on the platform of pride, it wants you to ask for the credit for what you have done, and at times, just to have that feeling of pleasure, some people even try to take credit for what they have not done. Steal the glory of someone else to make them feel better in the eyes of others, because they cannot really feel good about what they have done. It brings your vibration much more lower, and it robs you of your dignity. You lose your soul innocence. It is the pride that gets hurt when we are not appreciated by others. When others do not acknowledge, you feel threatened. So, it can make you dependent on others. By doing so, you let others take control of your emotional buttons. You let others pull the string and decide when they can let you be happy and give you the pleasure of their appreciation. So in fact, you give your power to others. You swap your soul innocence with the forces of illusion that give you false sense of happiness and high self-worth. This is our dependence on the appreciation that makes us wounded when we fail to attract the attention of others. It is our own creation, and it is us who gave the power to others. If you look deeply, you can see that pride creates limitations in your life. It keeps your heart closed. It covers your heart with many more layers of protection and imprisonment. It binds you with more chains of illusion. The real test of humility is your dependence from the appreciation by others. Real test of humility is in forgivingness, not in judgment. When you develop real sense of humbleness, you would go past the need of recognition and appreciation by others. Whatever you do it because you are truly operational as your soul self, not because you want to boost your self-worth temporarily. The pleasure and feel-good factor that comes from the pride is only temporary, and you have to earn it all the time. This may make you tired and exhausted. You are loved by the unconditional universal love just because you are. You can feel the love within your soul center when you live your life as your true source self, which is not dependent on the mercy of others. Page 102. Remember that even when no one is looking or knows about what you have done, fruit of your deed would come back to you when you are going through difficult time and require assistance from universe. It would send you that gifts to make your life easier and comfortable. Do not be too attached to your actions. Either step back from the stage of pride. Once you have done what is inspired by your higher self, move on to yet another dimension of your higher self perspective so you can witness much more wonderful states of being. But if you cling to what you have done as good deed or sacrifice, your energy would be tied to those people and places, and it would keep you prisoner forever. life journey would bring many states of experiences. The key is keep moving. Don't become glued to anything, otherwise it would strangle your energy and you would become trapped. Don't become attached to a certain way of experiencing life. Learn to honor your higher self in your day-to-day life by living your life with an attitude of humility. It is necessary to step towards becoming whole and complete again. When you learn to live your life with attitude of humility, it will transport you in the landscapes of your soul light and love. This creates a profound shift in state of your consciousness. It helps you to transform the personality that was dragging you in the land of darkness due to false pride and denial of your negative behavior. When you let go of negative emotions and personality selves, you would be able to enter into your inner dimensions. According to law of energy, we attract the experiences of life that are in tune with the frequencies of the dimension that we are operating from. Our life experiences mirror state of our consciousness.
Page 103.
Chapter 14. Importance of attitude of gratitude in honoring your higher self. Gratitude is a state of consciousness which becomes a way of our lives as we begin to connect with our higher self. It is due to the fact that as we establish a link with our original self, our vibrations begin to rise and it translates into a state of expanded consciousness. Our energy fields become filled with unconditional love. It is because we begin to connect with the source of unconditional love that is within our own inner dimensions. The vibrations of unconditional love begin to infuse our senses with joy. This feeling of joy and love becomes very alive and vibrant in all our energy fields. That flow of love and joy translates as attitude of gratitude. We begin to appreciate life. We slowly become aware of presence of many blessings that are already part of our lives. We are so filled with love and sense of awe that this energy begins to flow in our external world. This higher state of consciousness of unconditional love and joy expresses itself as gratitude. So, in fact, gratitude is not an act. It is not something that we do. It is our higher expression. The energy of gratitude is an expression of inner dimensions of our being. The attitude of gratitude is expression of our intimacy with our original belonging. It is a symbol of our connectedness with the divine within. As we begin to express our connection with inner spring of love into our external world, it makes us more intimate to our higher self. It is because when we express our gratitude for all that we have in our life, it creates high frequencies in our aura.
Page 104.
This helps us to make a bridge of fine particles of love and light between our higher self and many personalities. This bridge of higher frequencies makes it easier for us to build a stronger relationship with our higher self. Remember that connection to our higher self is the master key that unlocks many doors in our inner dimensions. This relationship between our ego self and soul self helps to establish a line of clear communication. This clear communication translates as ability to understand the messages from our higher selves. Clear communication is a very important step in journey of evolution of our lives. When we operate purely on the guidance of our ego, we are misdirected and live our lives creating suffering and pain. On the other hand, with ability to understand and receive the guidance from our higher self, we begin to relate to life with an expanded consciousness. This leads to transformation of our lives. It prepares us for a quantum leap in the ways we approach our day-to-day life. Our external life begins to take a turn for the best. It leads us into a horizon of empowerment. Our lives become very enhanced and enriched, and this expanded state of consciousness gives us a higher perspective on day-to-day mundane activities. It helps us to move beyond the limited life into an arena of vast opportunities. In this vast landscape of opportunities, many higher options of living our lives become available. We have access to more expansive ways of experiencing life. It makes life much more fulfilling and satisfying. When we begin to live and express our lives with the energy of gratitude, our energy fields begin to vibrate with higher frequencies. These higher frequencies infuse more light in our aura. This light is very different and of finer quality. It is very purifying and helps to dissipate the lower frequency particles from our aura. Due to lower frequency, the negative energy particles become embedded in our energy field. It makes a dense cloud that makes us feel low and heavy-hearted. These clouds create dense and heavy patches in our aura so that energy flow becomes obstructed. Page 105. This obstructions creates disharmony. This not only happens in our aura, where flow is blocked, but it is also transmitted to all other energy bodies. It is because all energy fields are interconnected. Our whole energy system is a complete system and operates as one total unit. Disturbance in one expresses itself in all other parts. Disharmony such created makes us vulnerable to many more negative experiences of life. The conclusion is that when we learn to live our lives by expressing our being with consciousness of gratitude, we are protected from negative energies around us. It is a fact that during our day-to-day life, we come across many negative energies. These could become part of our environment due to the people whom we come in contact at our job, meetings, leisure time, or in any other relationship. Or we could be exposed to negative energies from certain objects and places. Whatever way these negative energies cross our path, we would be protected. This protection is provided by the shield that has been created by the attitude of gratitude. This shield of protection is our gift from the universe. It is the law of nature that universe gives us back what we put in nature. It returns the gift in the form that we need most for our highest good, and that is good for all as well. Letting go. As we begin to live our lives with gratitude, the higher frequency light particles enter into our aura. Due to the infusion with light, the negative particles begin to dissipate and the blocked energy is released. It becomes available for transformation of our lives. These negative particles are part of various personalities that govern and guide our lives. Our external life is usually expression of the various personalities. These various personalities are formed by our beliefs and values. Due to the light that is entering into the areas of our blocked energy, created by these values and beliefs, the low frequency particles begin to dislodge from the electromagnetic field around these areas. This is reflected in reduction of the cohesive power of the lower vibration particles. It makes it easy to let go these particles from our energy field.
Page 106.
It weakens to their hold in our aura. At the same time, more space becomes available for soul light and love to enter in these areas. This process translates as a sense of lightness and freedom in our lives. We begin to feel light and are not pulled so much by our old, outdated beliefs and values. Due to more light and love in these areas, we become consciously aware of the beliefs and values that are not necessary in serving our higher good. We become consciously aware that by living our lives with our old values, we are not honoring our higher self. We develop the wisdom to know that it is time to let go of these values and beliefs that are creating obstruction in realization of our higher purpose. This awareness triggers another step, that is our readiness for letting go. It is because when we think we need something, we cannot let go. So our willingness is very essential part of letting go. All these factors make it possible to let go of what is not serving our higher purpose. The conclusion is that when we learn to live our lives with the expression of gratitude, letting go of unnecessary baggage of values and beliefs become possible and workable. The process of letting go helps us to transform our lives. The transformation in our energy fields become transparent in our external life. We begin to respond to life with our higher values. It means we begin to live our lives by honoring our original belonging. The forces of illusion lose their grip on us. Our life begins to enrich and enhance beyond our imagination. This strategy of letting go in the light of gratitude creates another magic in our lives. It is that we become receptive to the higher gifts of universe. It is the law of nature that we can be only given what we are capable of receiving, and our receptivity depends on the frequencies by which we operate in our day-to-day life. Due to attitude of gratitude, our energy fields begin to operate with higher vibrations, and these higher vibrations connect us to next higher dimension of our inner world.
Page
107. We enter into a landscape of our soul self, which is vibrating with more light and love. Due to this fact, we begin to attract life events of higher frequencies. It is because in this higher dimension of our inner world, we become connected with the external world at a level of dimension that is in tune with our inner dimension. Every dimension of life has different ways of living life. So, automatically this higher way of life becomes a natural part of our lives. It is because our frequencies have increased and our capacity to sustain the gifts of the next higher dimension are naturally magnetized in our lives. It is due to the fact that by natural law of universe, external life is a mirror of our inner state of consciousness. Our external life experiences are exact reflection and match of our inner life. The universal mirrors never reflect anything other than what we hold in our inner world. There is another law of energy operating as well that helps us to increase our power to become aware and expect the higher ways of life. It is that due to dissipation and removal of lower energy particles, more space is created in our aura to receive these gifts. Normally, our aura is overloaded with the energy of our experiences, especially of the traumatic ones, because we never let go of the memories of these events. It is because we are not consciously aware of this fact that while we are holding on to the energy of past negative experiences, it is occupying a sacred space within our aura. As such, there is no room left to let the other higher gifts of life come into our lives. The process of letting go and awareness makes it easy to receive these gifts from our higher self and the universe. When gratitude becomes a way to relating to life, your heart becomes to open with love. It happens due to higher vibrations created by attitude of gratitude. Our hearts are surrounded by very heavy and dense energy particles due to our negative way of dealing with life experiences. To protect ourselves, we suppress our true expression of love that is inherent in our soul center.
Page 108.
A heart filled with love is our direct link with our original self. Gratitude expresses a state of consciousness of peace and contentment. It shows how rich we are in our inner worlds. It is a fact that poverty of inner worlds makes us feel poor. So we keep running after acquiring more riches of the external world. It is the emptiness of the inner world that makes us feel so unfulfilled. Once you have learned to enter into your soul vastness, you would be truly grateful for all that you have in your life. You would become aware and appreciative of all your blessings. Exercises for developing attitude of gratitude. Thank your higher self and universe every morning. Give thanks to universe for all that you have. Give thanks to your higher self for all the opportunities it brings you for your higher good. During day, appreciate people for their little acts of kindness. Give thanks to others for showing kindness. Be grateful for nice behavior of people at work and all arenas of your life. In evening, when you come home, give thanks to all who have contributed in your life directly or indirectly. Give thanks to your higher self for bringing the opportunities for sharing the love that is entering in your life. Give thanks to universe for giving you love and compassion through the people in your life. You can do another little exercise for people who have been good to you in past, but you did not show your gratitude. Thank them. Write or ring, whatever is easier for you. If any of the people who were really kind to you have made transitions from this world, thank to their soul, as soul can receive message. Many souls only contact their friends or relatives to say thanks to those whom they did not say thanks for some reason during lifetime. Page 109. To make this point, I would like to share an incident that throws some light on the importance of showing your appreciation. A client of mine came to me for a day course on advanced personal growth. She experienced an emotional clear out during the meditation, and suddenly her father appeared on the scene. It is important to note that I do not give psych or spiritual readings by connecting with people who are now on the other dimensions of the universe. But this desire was so strong that he came through because he wanted to communicate with his daughter. The zest of the experience is that he mainly come to say thanks to her daughter because during his lifetime he could not show his appreciation to his daughter. It was a very moving experience. I have come across quite a few similar cases like this. It just shows that it is essential for your own higher growth to appreciate what others do for you. In a way, when you say thanks to others, you are giving thanks to the universe for expressing its grace through people in your lives.
End of part 1.